Yes, I'm coming, I'm coming. Holy Mount Zion. Yeah. Many years I know I've been slaving. Slave masters keep whipping my back. Still I know I will never stop working. And I'm moving to the promised land. Holy Mount Zion. Here I come. Holy Mount Zion. Here I come. I've been working from my highs down my knees. So, oh Lord, please hear my plea. Deliver me from the hands of all evil. Oh Lord, in thee I put my trust. Holy Mount Zion, here I come. Holy Mount Zion, here I come. I'm wanting to see my brethren and sisters over in Zion. Holy Mount Zion, here I come.
DJ Kalo.
Last night your eyes were telling me what words could never say. You needed room to breathe.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon to all my listeners and viewers. Welcome to Rebel Radio. Yes, today is Wednesday. And we continue to recover from Hurricane Melissa. Yes. As you know, thousands of Jamaicans are left, some of them hopelessly. Yes, many of our Jamaican brothers and sisters are still sleeping out in the open. Homeless and roofless homes. People are having difficulties accessing food, water, and some medical attention. Well, as you know, we have to do what we can to assist our fallen brothers and sisters. All right, we are going to open our discussion today with well-known public commentator Lucius White. And Lucius is going to share some views on, you know, what are his thoughts, what are his observations about the current situation, and how we believe things can be improved so that aid can reach our brothers. Good afternoon, Lucius.
Good afternoon, Desmond. How are you?
Well, I am supposed to be okay, sir.
Good. Give a lot of thanks.
Yes. Well, I know you have been watching what is going on, and you know, it is such a heartbreaking situation. But Luce, you know something? When I look at the devastation, now you know we ought to be giving thanks that this Hurricane Melissa, did not pass through, did not enter Kingston and St. Andrew, you know.
Give the Lord extra thanks for that.
Because if that was the case, you know, the situation would be much more dreadful.
Infinitely worse than what it is.
Yes. Yes. But what do you make of, you know, what is being done now to rebuild and to relieve the suffering?
To put it mildly, I am very disappointed with the pace at which things are being done.
Yes.
We hear a lot of talk and a lot of things, what they are going to do, but what is woefully short is what is being done to alleviate the desperate situation of a large number of people. Communities that have been cut off, I don't think the effort to get them reconnected has been serious and good enough. And what is even worse is a situation of a large number of roofless houses where there seems to be an absence of effort even to get some tarpaulins to give temporary shelter. It is not a solution overall, you know, but it alleviates the problem where a little shower, a little drizzle don't further aggravate the agony of water and what is left of their thing. And altogether, the need to bring water and electricity back to communities, I do not think it has been seriously and aggressively activated. Let us look at water, for instance. There have been cases where there is no electricity to drive the pumps, but that we don't have evidence that the pumps themselves are damaged, or even the water lines are damaged. But they don't have any electricity to drive the pumps. So large areas don't have any water. Yeah. It is not impossible. It is not even a difficult task to carry a generator with the capacity to operate the pumps. And if you did that simple task, what you do is alleviate the suffering of large communities who would be able to get potable water and get water to clean up the places.
Yes.
Without running the risk of using possibly contaminated water for one reason or another. That is one area. Another thing is there's absolutely no reason for there not to be a very aggressive cleaning up including drainage. And you may say, with a time like this, somebody talk about drainage. Yes, because if you clean the drains even now, it means whatever rain falls, that water will not aggravate the situation where it encourages flooding and cause further deterioration of your roads and communities. Mm-hmm. So the negligence or ineptitude that caused them not to be cleaning drains is one of the big reasons why the damage throughout the island has been as it is. Now, the other thing is, I don't think it is a difficult thing for them to use choppers and compactors to take the trees that have fallen around the place. You get them chopped up so that you can use them as part of your program in agriculture. Mm-hmm. And if you do these things, you both clear the place and get materials to help in the recovery of your planting program.
Yes.
But significantly, what you would be doing is allowing a number of people to work effectively, and they would be earning some money, which will allow them to spend to increase aggregate demand so that those who are in business can justify the expansion of production.
Yes.
Right now, with people without any purchasing power, there's a tendency to shut down and wait for a recovery rather than stimulating the action of the reconstruction starting from the cleaning up. And when you do that, it will cause the kind of growth which will accelerate the recovery process.
Yes, sir.
We can do much better than we are doing. There is absolutely no excuse that you have an army and you can reach one side of the river or one side of a community and you can't connect over the other side. This is the thing that you can effectively use your army to organize the temporary links, connection, to activate or improve the living condition of the people over the side that was originally marooned.
Yes.
We can do better. No, nobody is saying that you can avoid damage. No, but what we are saying that with thought and prudent action, you certainly can recover faster than you're doing. Mm-hmm. And the temporary solutions where you will offer with a zinc or tarpaulin to offer temporary cover is not a situation that should be allowed to be interpreted as a solution, because there are a couple of solutions that must be a part of policy. The government must, as a matter of policy, ensure that every, and as with emphasis on the word every government building must be slab roof.
Yes.
Those, not everyone is no, and you won't be able to all of them at once, but there must be a progressive method where your schools, your hospitals, and areas like these are buildings that must have slab roofs.
Yes.
I have contended that with hurricane information from 1951 until now, you should be able to designate certain spots in certain communities where you build your emergency center to accommodate whether 200 people or 400 people. That can be used for community activity otherwise, but its primary objective is that whenever there's a hurricane and you're moving people to shelter, you get them into that kind of community. Not the situation where they have declared people going into shelters, and the shelter they're going is falling down and even having people killed inside a shelter. That, to me, is evidence of negligence on the part of those who had the responsibility in ensuring that if you have a shelter and you don't keep in touch with the condition of the shelter, and hurricane come and you just tell people to go there.
Talking about policy going forward, one of the things that we are expecting is that we expect some changes in the building code.
But I tell you something, Desmond. It's not our building code is the problem, Yes. Our building code is not the problem. What you have as a problem is a situation where there is no monitoring to ensure that things are built according to both the specification and the code.
Okay.
When you see people, when you're building a fall down and all that kind of thing, it's not the code. We have very good building code. What we do not have is proper monitoring. So people will get drawings prepared and get drawings approved, and then put the drawings in their back pocket and then build where them feel like.
Yes. The other thing, Lucius, is that, for example, in the parish of Westmoreland, where we had so many board houses, one of the reasons for that is because the people living on those lands, they were not owners, they were either squatting or lease. And therefore, they couldn't put up permanent structures on those properties. So we are expecting, going forward, a major land reform program as part of our rebuilding process.
Yes, but there's one. Here is where the matter of policy must come in.
Yes.
Because the necessity for people to have these, what we call them portable houses, your house designed so you can lift it up, put it on the back of a truck and carry it somewhere and put up. That satisfies a particular problem and it creates another. Now, what needs to be done with proper survey, you can identify both the number of people, the kind of structure, and the whole school and everything operation. And the government have enough land where they can designate areas to transfer communities and create new communities in which you build proper structures to cater for both hurricane and earthquake.
Yes.
And it's not a lack of technology, If you look at the houses that the Matalans have built over the years, they're prefabricated structures.
Yes.
They are very safe structures. No, whether you're using their design or a similar design, what you need to do is also organize to have transportation that have the capacity to both lift and carry these individual components to site and to erect these prefabricated structures.
Yes.
So that you could identify a man who wants, say, the house equivalent to a Duane Park building. And once there is the method of lifting and carry those components to site, the arrangements could be made where the site is prepared, and then these components are carried and installed.
Yes.
And once you establish this principle, it means that you can now improve the quality of housing overall in all over the island. And there are different means of doing things, but it won't happen by accident, and you must have a definite plan so people can make the kind of investment in the type of equipment that can offer that kind of service. You cannot just expect it to happen. And it's not a case that we don't have land. It's not a case that we don't have technology. But it's a case that somebody has to be positive enough, and it must be firm enough so that when, for political reasons, somebody may not want the people to move out of a particular area because that may mean moving of their votes. And so there is not the kind of encouragement and incentive to get them to where it is safe. But it's a case of trying to get them settled where they are, where in some cases it is not prudent to retain a residency, you know. And in those cases, they must be properly identified. The data is available. And once these are identified, the positive actions must be taken to relocate people from certain communities. And it's not a matter of asking. It's a matter of telling them to move, and you're offering them a place at a particular spot. If they don't want to take it, they don't have to take it. But one thing they'll know, they are not going to be allowed to stay where they are because of what it costs the country if they are allowed to stay.
Yes, sir.
There is absolutely no justification for us not doing more river training. We must take up the stones and use those same stones to control the water. There is no reason why we cannot designate certain areas adjacent to the river and direct water and create ponds for storing. And you can pump and transfer your water into storage at higher levels, but you would have had millions of gallons of water stored and can be treated. We're not supposed to be talking about drought 6 weeks after we have flood.
Yes.
Because during that flood, there is water flooding you. So you must both store and control so that it don't damage you, and it allow you to have water to use, whether for irrigation or other domestic or industrial use, when the rain is not falling.
Yes,
that is what you get your brains for. And if you are just prepared to sit and wait for the rain to fall, then you are going to condemn yourself to perpetual poverty because your production is subjected to something over which you are making no effort to control.
Yes.
And it is your production and effective productivity that will determine your standard of living. And if you are prepared to stay on your knees and be mendicant, be prepared to be poor.
Yes. And Lush, one of the things that we have to expect that, first of all, we want Jamaicans to understand those who escape Hurricane Melissa. So, for example, the people in the corporate area and St. Catherine and other areas. Let us don't forget that although the hurricane didn't pass through our area, we are still going to feel the impact of it. because I was listening to a report that the benefits from the insurance coverage that we have, that is going to cover 5% of the damage. The damage is estimated at 10 billion US dollars, right? And we over the last couple of years, we spent a lot of time reducing our debt. Now, what we are faced with, it is going to have severe economic impact on the country, right? So
there's one. As you touch that point, we're penny wise and pound foolish. We're penny wise in that rather than spending money to develop our infrastructure and to maintain our infrastructure, we say we're paying down the debt faster. But by not maintaining the structure, it makes it more vulnerable, and you suffer greater damage when you get a little visitation than if you had maintained, because nobody can contradict the fact that had we not had so much flooding, we wouldn't have so much damage, neither to road nor structure. But you have the flooding because you neither keep the drains clean nor develop new drains to ensure that water flow. If the water is flowing away, it will not rise. So altogether, it is because of the asinine policy of paying down the debt faster and underspending on your infrastructure, which is critical for production. When a bridge falls down in 4 years, you come up with different excuses why the bridge is not reconstructed. When communities, there are a number of communities that have been cut off for months, for years.
Yeah, but
and all of these things.
I don't want you to underestimate the force of Hurricane Melissa, because for example, the force of the wind that we experienced in last month is the first time we are experiencing that, And I want to tell you something. It would be almost impossible for the government to prepare for that hurricane,
Look, there's one. When you're doing your infrastructure, and if something come and exceed it. That is beyond your capacity. With the big problem, everybody keep talking about this Category 5. Of course, it does Category 5, even more than that. But when you don't realize that the damage that is suffered for the eastern and central part of the island is the outer band, more than 15, 20 miles from the part of the eye. Is that we suffer, the high speed is within 15, 20 miles at the eye, the root of the eye. And so this is why God has been merciful, that it never traveled along the south coast of the island or south of the Blue Mountain Range. Because miles, 100 miles out at sea. So it's not that wind trouble, it's when it turns back and enter from Westmoreland for Golden Cross to Trelawney. If those people really see the Category 5, anything we around here get is just the outer band.
No, we in the corporate area, parts of significant parts of Portland, St. Mary, St. Catherine, Manchester, Clarendon. We didn't face it. We were spared.
And this is why this argument about Category 5 wipe out Jamaica is misleading. Category 5 touch the western tip of Jamaica, and we must acknowledge that and recognize one thing.
Wipe out Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth, parts of St. James and Trelawney.
And this is why, in terms of your rebuilding,
yes,
you have to factor that hurricane can come anywhere in Jamaica at any time.
Yes.
So you can't just think so because it comes down on Westmoreland this time, you're going to build up down on Westmoreland, and you are right through down. It's something that you have to be part of your building characteristic for the whole island.
Yes, of
because
course.
And this is where the matter of policy come in. Now the other thing is, we have never taken agriculture seriously, and we have to recognize that food security can't be left to accident or left to people who are beneficiaries of being food importers.
I want you to hold it there. Let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Supplies is holding up big week this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools Hardware and Supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores,
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky.
JPS, powering what matters.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio, and we are talking about disaster planning with public commentator Lucius. Yes, Lucius, you were making a point before we took the break.
Yes, the matter of food and food security. We are not approaching this thing seriously, you know. There is absolutely no good reason why we are not self-sufficient in a number of areas.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we have to recognize that people will only be able to invest when there is certainty regarding the policy directive.
Yes.
For instance, any little breeze blow or little rainfall, somebody get import license to carry in all kind of something. There is no why for instance we are not self-sufficient in just let's say potatoes. Take something like banana. Jamaica, Jamaica is an importer of banana and banana products, you know.
Yes.
Why? Because hurricane did blow 3 times in a row. And then so we're not planting banana again. But the other people, hurricane blow them too.
Mm-hmm.
And then planting, and then you import from them.
Yeah.
And when you look at your trade deficit, our trade deficit is always widening. And a big part of it is that food and energy, we import more than we should.
Yes.
Because we are not utilizing what we have.
Yes. Well, Luce,
yeah?
I tell you what, we have to leave it there for today. But as you know, these issues are very important issues, and we will have to revisit them. So, thank you very much for your time this afternoon.
All right. Blessings to you.
Yes. Okay. Yes. It was public commentator Lucius White there, and we were talking about the situation with what must be done, or how we must approach our planning, you know, in order to protect ourselves from hurricane. Because as you know, based on the current situation, you know, where we have the climate change, yes, we will have to we'll have to take steps to deal with, or how should I say, protect ourselves from these disasters, because it is not impossible that we could have another hurricane next year. Yes, because, well, as we speak, we are still in this year's hurricane season, you know. Yes. This hurricane season will end next month, so we are still in the hurricane season. So we have to be strategic in our planning. And going forward, we have to think how we are going to address this situation with hurricane. Yes. Okay, we are going down to St. Elizabeth now, and I have with me senior journalist, and he's a St. Elizabeth man, David Sashwell. David, how did the hurricane treat you?
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. How did the hurricane treat you?
Well, like many persons in this part of the parish, Desmond,
yes,
hurricane would have brought a trail of devastation and, you know, destruction in that area. Some more severe than some, but almost, I think, mostly it starts from, I would say, beyond the southeast. Southeast probably is the only constituencies that greatly affected, but southwest, south, northwest, northeast, more so southwest and northwest, for the brunt of Hurricane Melissa.
Yes.
It has left.
Southwest is which constituency is that? Who is the MP for that constituency? Mr. Floyd Green.
Yes, the consequences of flight green, where you know,
and the,
the shoreline of
yeah.
Yes, man, shoreline from Paraty, Treasure Beach, Paraty, Black River, that belt, stretching down to White House. Well, White.
We are losing. You are breaking up. You know, we continue to have telephone issues, and so we are losing. We have lost David. He has got David. Yes, as I said, he's breaking up, and let me see if I. David, we continue to. You are breaking up. I wonder if I call you. Wonder if I choose try and call you straight, if it will be better.
Well, let's go again and see what happens. You know, system is sort of unsettled.
You hang up and let me call you straight, right? Hang up.
Okay, this.
Yeah, yes, because as you know, the system is not back as yet. You know, yes, not we are still having issues with the telephone and electricity. Yes, that is another problem that we are facing right now. Lots of people are without power, and the telephone system still down. Yes, so it is a problem with communication, and people can't communicate, are having difficulty communicating. It is not, those two services are not fully rehabilitated as yet. Yes.
Hello, I'm back.
Yes, okay, yes, David. So, as you were saying, you were giving us a location. The other constituency is the one represented by Jess. So?
Zeluka Jess and Morris, the new guy, Andrew Morris, Northwest, Zeluka Jess, Northeast and Southwest, Flight Green, to the greater extent. Southeast, some sections, but that one would have fared better than the other three.
Yes, yes. And boy, I'm David, when I tell you something, I have not been there physically, but when I look at the photographs and see Black River, you know, it is a clear indication of how powerful that hurricane is. Black River has been destroyed.
Well, you know, you would have been someone who has some familiarity with Black River. Yes. I can guarantee you, if you come into Black River today, you wouldn't recognize where you are.
Yes.
And you realize that Black River is perched on the coastline.
You're right on the seafront there, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Paraty and Black River and some parts of Crawford. And the hurricane would have come across that path.
Yes.
And, you know, it landed just the eye of it. They said it made landfall just outside of Black River. Yeah. New roads, New Hope. And I tell you, it's ruined.
Tell me something. That bridge there, when I come to Black River now in the town and use that bridge to go, not
over the road.
Yeah, yes. That bridge has been destroyed.
No, that the bridge is there. The wall structure around has collapsed, but the bridge itself and the structure, it's safe. Black River Bridge, you know, Desmond is one of the probably the best across in the Caribbean, I've been told.
Yes.
And it's one of the outstanding features in terms of architectural, and it stands, but the wall around and beyond, they have collapsed. The wharf is literally partially destroyed. Well, you know, there's one, the issue as it pertains to what is happening now, because Black River will take some amount of planning to restore.
Yes, of course.
It's going to take, yes, a whole lot of planning. And the issue, of course, is who live in and the Priority Coast there and the Crane Belt, the Crane Road. I don't know what is going to come out of all this, because certainly if such a occurrence should happen again, I feel for the worst, because the system has undermined much of the barrier. So there's a clear exposure.
Yeah. So one of the things that I am thinking, that going forward, Black River town will have to be relocated. I think they would have to move further inland with Black River.
Well, you know, I'm sure that they're doing all the studies and all the requisite, you know, background check.
Yes.
I'm not sure how they're going to compensate. You realize that Black River on one side, it's sea, and for the most of the Crane Road into town is morass. So the land space for any development is very limited. And, you know, I'm not sure what they're going to do with the persons on the left to the sea. Not sure how they're going to treat that. But certainly there has to be a very studied way forward in redevelopment.
Yes, yes. So as we speak now, the residents in those constituencies, they are virtually paralyzed because the houses are gone, their means of livelihood gone, and therefore they are in need of great assistance right now.
Well, it's twofold, because the economic life is stagnant. Black River, it is after the Hurricane Desmond I realized the sort of employment that was created in Black River with the small industries, hundreds of persons, hundreds from within and without. And all of those persons are displaced, because apart from those who work for government, all of them have been displaced. And there are very few that will recover any time soon. So the question of that has to be dealt with. The question of persons with houses that have been destroyed is, man, when I saw the feature that is common across most areas is the sort of tepid to abysmal response of the state in respect to what is happening.
Yes.
Persons, there are many persons in shelter. There are many persons, there's one who every night they look in the sky.
Wow.
And every day they look in the sky. And when evening comes and the rain starts,
yes,
it's a psychological damage being done to them.
Yes, of course.
There's a whole outpouring of response from private sector and individual business persons to these communities. But it is sort of unheard, because you leave from Kingston, you leave from St. Anne, you leave from Manchester, you leave from St. Catherine, and you stack up and come into this place. As you drive through, anybody you see, almost everybody needs something.
Yes.
So you're on the road, you're on the street, you're nearby, you have to give to them. Well, I'm saying that there are many persons in lanes, in the inner lands, that you wouldn't be aware of, because you're not familiar with the area, a stranger.
Right.
So the will of the people to give is there. I feel there's a feeling among persons that businesses don't trust to have their supplies to a government control thing, so they're doing their own thing. But at the same time, there's one, the state has to come in to make a very significant role for the shut-in, for the old, for the infirm. I saw in the era some days ago, trucks are coming in and people are running after the truck on bicycle, in van, and it gives me a feeling of it's a dehumanizing. There's no coordinated effort of the states to have this response to the citizen in a way that is dignified and humane. I have not seen that, and many persons, if you come into Black River or to Paraty or the Hilltop or to Five Spin or to Mountainside and Fort Charles, all the years around, if you go to Northwest and speak to person Newton and Magati and a compound and Elderslie, that's the same feeling you're getting. There's not a control of the state. The state, they don't feel the state is playing a role in the whole revitalization.
Yes.
A lot of persons from far and wide have come in and helping. And you have to understand that they come in and they'll see almost everybody they need. And they also give out package, cook meals and drinks. And it's mostly the able body who stay on the street side and the corner, they meet the truck and they get oversupply sometimes 3, 4, 5, 6 times a day.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
So that is what you are seeing there though is that based on how the thing is organized, that you have people who are getting multiple supplies and others who are not getting any.
Right. There's no management. There's no management of the state in respect to persons who are most vulnerable, because remember, the role of the state would have to target on the most vulnerable, the old and the young and the infirm. Mm-hmm. And every district I've been through, that is the same cry. Jamaicans from far and wide have come in assistance to persons who have been affected. Make no bones about that.
Yes.
Yes, man. The tarpaulin, you call it.
Yes.
Mattress. These are probably critical things that person would want to catch up a little side of the house and see a little corner just to get back some sort of peace and tranquility within the turbulence. There's no sort of response in respect to that. I had to check with the ministry that would be most, be involved in that, Ministry of Labor and Federal Security. Mm-hmm. And there's one, mattress and tapari is something I don't have. Parish council, I spoke with somebody today, and they said they get a couple of boxes which couldn't even do, not even for the Black River. It's a Black River town itself. That's what they got for the whole parish. They were lamenting. And the response, I don't understand. I was told that we were prepared for this hurricane, regardless of the magnitude. You have not seen that things were put in place to follow us through. The centers themselves. The 2 days after I went there, persons were there sharing one tin of sardine. Whoa. I don't know where the stuff that were supposed to have been, stockpiled to go to these centers. Mm-hmm. So obviously, we are more than underprepared, unplanned. There's no plan. There's no clear plan.
Yeah.
And I have to personally mention World Central Kitchen that has come to and set base in Black River. Yeah.
Yes.
And International Medical Relief. Those are the persons from Florida, the medical team that is assisting in terms of the medical care, because the hospital has been severely impacted. Mm-hmm. They are housing some of the persons at the Black River High School, and they have some across from the health center, the maternity ward has been moved, and children ward. A whole displacement, but International Medical Relief from Florida is there. World Central Kitchen is set up somewhere in Black River. And there's a World Food Program that assisted last time in Burial, and they're on the road. But these persons would have to be guided by the locals. And if we don't get it right as the locals, I mean, we're going to be pathetic. I have seen persons like in Newtown I went today, and there's no arranged truck in the water. Newtown has been devastated. And people have been buying water for 5,000 for some container, 3,000 for some container. So, I heard that at night some people go around with patties and chicken. And if they don't see you, you don't get it really. Yes. Because it is darkness all around. People are gone in from 6 o'clock, So somebody needs to stand up, Desmond, and take responsibility for management. There needs to be some coordinating management committee to oversee this. Yes. And that is not being seen or felt.
Yes.
All right?
So the member of parliament, what role is he playing?
It's difficult to say. I've heard the member of parliament speaking about the agriculture devastation and the general devastation in the constituency. But you know, my greatest worry is that there's not a coordinated approach. I spoke to 2 councillors and they have not been involved in the whole restoration.
Mm-hmm.
It seems as if many persons are using it as a PR, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a time now for the will of the people to come together, whether you're PMP, JLP, Adventist, Anglican, Baptist. I think there should be a coordinated approach. There should be a committee, a national committee from up top and the local. They have so much community organizations that function on the book and meet. I feel that things should be brought into the loop, and there should be a management approach.
Yes.
And the communities have community leaders. So when you are going to community, you have some community leaders who would be involved in the process. They know where the people live. They can go every corner, you know, Miss Mary, Mass Joe, Master, you know. That is an approach that needs.
One of the things I need to say to you, David, that I am in contact with a non-government organization based in New Jersey.
Right.
They are putting together some relief items to take down to Jamaica.
Right.
Now, and they're looking at St. Elizabeth. Now,
right,
one of the things that I want to say to you that I am going to rely on you to be the person who is going to guide us as to how these items should be distributed, because based on what they said, they want the items to meet the most needy.
Right.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And therefore, what you are saying to me here is that the aid is coming in to the people, but it is not distributed properly. So therefore, there are people who are getting more than others. So somebody might be getting multiple items, and you have others there who don't get probably 1 or 2, right?
Yes, and my concern really is the most vulnerable persons. Those are persons who should be targeted by organization and state. The most vulnerable, not those everybody who can ride a bicycle and a bike and meet the truck on the road. Mm-hmm. That is not what my concern is about.
Yes.
Right? Mm-hmm. And I should mention, to talk about that, Desmond, in the party era, there's a group called PEP that have been doing some work in the area, would have sent down some relief for persons in the area. And there's some distribution that has been done. I think PEP might be able to do it a little better because they have local persons who have an idea of persons there. So you're quite right. And there's a time when you have church organization, youth club, community groups who would have been pulled together and would have been at the forefront of these things. That might not be the case now in any sort of concise way.
Yeah. And so far, you have you seen any attempt to deal with the housing situation? As you mentioned earlier, and that many people are sleeping outside.
Well, no. I spoke with some person today, and you don't even need to speak to persons. You hear it on the street. Mm-hmm. They're getting food, they're getting the sardine, they're getting the mackerel, they're getting the rice, they're getting the cooked food, but there's no attention in terms of even something to put over the roof, to cover the roof, just to shield them from the sun, from the rain, to protect their furniture. That is not there. Yes. And I think we have to look at that. A concern that I noted this one is that the space. The only major space within Blackwater is the Independence Park. You know, Independence Park, I think you should know it very well.
Yeah, I know Independence Park.
And I am surprised that Independence Park, I passed there yesterday, and it has become the dump site. I know there's a need to clear the town, the rubbish, all of the things. But Independence Park has been transformed into a dump. I know there's a need to get the town cleared up, but I don't understand the rationale behind using Independence Park as a dump site, because that would be an era that if you need to hold some persons with tents and things like that, that's the only place in Black River that would have a suitable land.
Yes.
And it is reduced now to a dump site with all the garbage and all
from the town.
Yeah, and I don't understand who is guiding. As long as I don't understand who is guiding the process, I don't know what the plan is, I don't know who is coordinating. And even the era to the park over the weekend was that we just throw old zinc and old iron, and it seems that it's a remote control situation, like nobody's in charge.
Yes, sir. Well,
I hear that sand is being chucked away. I don't know for commercialization. I don't know where NEPA is, because there was one time NEPA took a resident to court because sand would have come up into the backyard along the sea. And they were trying to clear the yard, and NEPA took them to court. Yeah. Because the sand should not have been, they should not have done. I haven't seen that truck that carting away the sand now. That should have been restored. I don't know who is doing that, but I heard it and I saw it for myself. Yeah. Well, David, they are loading truck and sand are going away.
Well, David, you know what happened now? We have to maintain a close contact, because, as I said, I am going to rely on your services and your experiences to provide me with some guidance for these people. So let us, we have to end our discussion now.
Right.
Yes, but as I said, let us stay in touch, because we have to talk some more about what is happening. Thank you very much, David.
And thanks for the focus and sending me Desmond. Thanks.
Okay. It was journalist David Satchwell there, keeping us abreast of what is happening in St. Elizabeth. Let us go for a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky.
JPS, powering what matters.
Don't give up, yeah. Just ride out your storm. Hey, you've been in the storm, and it seems like forever. And your nights of confusion has been so long. Your ship has lost anchor, and the storm got you drifting. Just hold on to Jesus and ride out your storm. Ride out your on to Jesus and just write out your story. Write out your story. God is still with you. You may not feel it, but you're not alone. Yeah. You're hurting now, but your morning is coming. Lord of mercy, just hold on to Jesus and write out your story. Write out your story. God is still with you. You may not feel it, but you're not alone. Yeah. You're hurting now, but your morning is coming. Lord of mercy, just hold on to Jesus and write out your story. So far away, sweet far away, stood and hold rugged cross, the emblem of suffering and shame. And that low good old cross where the Jewish can bear for a world of lost sinners was slain. Oh Lord, so I cherish the old rugged cross. Hold on till my trophy on the hurt I lay down. I will cling to the old rugged cross. Oh, now, and exchange it someday for a crown. Oh, now, on the whole rugged cross, so despised by the world. was a wondrous attraction to me. For the dear Lamb of God, left His glory above, to be with, to dark Calvary. So I cherish the whole rugged cross. Oh, now, to heal my trophies on the hurt I lay down. I will cling to the whole rugged cross, oh Lord, yeah, and exchange it someday for a crown, oh Lord, yeah. Oh Lord, oh. And the whole rugged cross. So I cherish the whole rugged cross. Until my trophies on the hurt I lay down. Oh Lord, yeah. I will cling to the whole rugged cross. Oh well, yeah, and exchange it someday for a crown. So I cling to the whole rugged cross, oh Lord, yeah, and exchange it someday for a crown. Oh Lord, yeah, I will cling, yes I cling to the whole rugged cross. Oh Lord, oh, and exchange it someday for a crown. Yes, I'll cherish and really cherish the whole rugged cross. Wait, and exchange it someday for a crown. Yeah, Jesus' love is so sweet, yeah. The more I trust Him, the more I love Him. There's nothing good for me He'll deny. The longer I know Him, the better I can show Him. I couldn't stop no even if I tried. The more I trust Him, the more I love Him. There's nothing good for me He'll deny. The longer I know Him, the better I can show Him. I couldn't stop no even if I tried. He gets sweeter, 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 sweeter as the days go by. He gets sweeter, 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 sweeter as the moments fly. This love is richer, deeper, fuller, sweeter, yeah. This love is sweeter, sweeter as the days go by. He gets sweeter, sweeter, sweeter as the days go by. He gets sweeter, 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 sweeter as the moments fly. This love is richer, deeper, fuller, sweeter. Yeah. This love is sweeter, sweeter as the days go by. Oh, man, he saved me. His good grace he gave me. Places love deep down in my heart. Great joy and knowing with him I am growing, and I never out for him to depart. The moment he saved me, his good grace he gave me. Places love deep down in my heart. Great joy and knowing with him I am growing, and I never out for him to depart. He gets sweeter, sweeter, sweeter as the days go by. He gets sweeter, 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 sweeter as the moments fly. This love is richer, deeper, fuller, sweeter. This love is sweeter, sweeter as the days go by. He gets sweeter, sweeter, sweeter as the days go by. He gets sweeter, sweeter, sweeter as the moments fly. This love is richer, deeper, fuller, sweeter. This love is sweeter, sweeter as the days go by. The more I trust him, the more I love him. There's nothing good for me he'll deny. The longer I know him, the better I could show him. I couldn't stop no even if I tried. The more I trust him, the more I love him. There's nothing good for me he'll deny. The longer I know him, the better I could show him. I couldn't stop no even if I tried. He gets sweeter, sweeter, sweeter as the days go by. He gets sweeter, sweeter, sweeter as the moments fly. This love is richer, deeper, fuller, sweeter. This love is sweeter, sweeter as the days go by. Yeah. He gets sweeter, sweeter, sweeter as the days go by. He gets sweeter, sweeter, sweeter as the moments fly. This love is richer, deeper, fuller, sweeter. This love is richer, sweeter than the days go by. Where do I go from here? What fate is drawing me? Touch my heart, it guides my way. Say right on the right through the grace of God alone. I cast aside these fears I've known, and it's myself from the depth of deep dismay. Oh, yeah. Lead me through the darkness and through each gloomy day. Take my precious Lord, and help me on my way. Give me strength that I might find abiding faith and peace of mind. So I won't ask where to I go from. Heavenly Father, to the promised land I stay. Guide my steps, oh Lord. Please take my hand. Oh, right now, yeah. do we go from here? What fate is drawing me? Yeah. Please show us the sign. We know you'll be there all time. So give us strength that we might find. Abiding faith and peace of mind. So we won't change. Where do we go from here? Yeah. Lead me through the darkness and through each gloomy day. Take my hand, oh precious Lord, and help me on my way. Give me strength that I might find. Abiding faith and peace of mind. So I won't ever ask you where do I go from. Right now, lead me through the darkness and through each day. Take my hand, oh precious Lord, and help me on my way. So give me strength that I might find. Abiding faith and peace of mind. So I won't ask, where do I go from here? Oh, right now. You're worthy to be praised. You are God. No, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So I met this old man. He was so poor, didn't hold no bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. The landlord wears the rent, school fee too, partner drop bonds, and the youth them need you. Friends all ask me what I'm gonna do. I smile and tell them that God will see me through. So no matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. I met this old man. He was so poor, he didn't hold a bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, I never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, no, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad. Lord Almighty, there is no power on earth to separate me from your love, my Jesus. Nothing will be able to turn me away from your. I love you, Father. Anyhow, the afflictions of the righteous, the hearts of men getting more and more vicious. Love, my Jesus, nothing will be able to turn.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Park Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is holding up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So, come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hard Years.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all, there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky.
JPS, powering what matters.
Okay, yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. And we are going over to Guyana now. As you know, there was an election there on September 1. And the opposition leader, the new opposition leader, and his father, United States has been is trying to extradite them. And so therefore the opposition leader, when Parliament sit for the first time after the election, was not sworn in. So we want to look at the implications of that now, and I have with me here a lecturer from the University of Guyana, Mr. Neville December. Yes, senior lecturer. Good evening, Mr. December.
How are you doing, sir? Good afternoon. Good afternoon to your listeners.
Yes, sir. So the current situation with the opposition leader, I would imagine that has some political implications. What do you see?
Yeah. All right. Thanks for having me. Yeah. Let's perhaps work backwards from where we are right now. And the latest I think I saw in the press today is that the leader of the opposition are waiting for Mr. Mohammed and his party have written once again to the Speaker, urging him to call the meeting so that the members on the opposition bench, or if you use the terminology in the Constitution, the non-governmental members, okay? The members that are not in the government, the people on the opposition bench, can meet and call a meeting. It's a very simple process. There's no recording of voting. You know, I wrote a piece in the papers the other day saying there's no pen and paper. You just get them in a room by a show of hands. Who was the candidate? The other party, the APNO, which is now the second place party, they have publicly said, I say publicly said, we don't know what will happen in the room, but they have publicly said they do not have a candidate. Yes. So for the moment, and the third party is a one-seat party, right? Our Ghana movement. So for the moment, Mr. Mohammed is the only candidate that has been announced. He has the majority, 16 votes. So if the Speaker was to call that meeting, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and okay, all those in favor of Mr. Mohammed say aye, aye, the ayes have it. Mm-hmm. Story done. But the Speaker has said that first he's consulting and he needs to send out notices. I don't know how long it will take to send those notices nowadays with the technology. And I'm not sure what he's consulted about. But, you know, the Speaker is one of the heads of the three branches, the Parliament, the Judiciary, and the Executive. So you have to be very careful because he's a senior man in the constitutional structure. And you not really, well, the court team, as one of the other branches, would be very reluctant to to compel him, to force him. Like the lawyers would tell you, there's something called an order of mandamus. Most likely they would not do that. To say, Mr. Speaker, I order you to call the meeting. So we're in a little delicate situation, unfortunately. The situation is we have a parliament constituted, but without a leader of the opposition, which is very unusual.
But isn't the leader of the opposition a part of the constitutional arrangement of government?
Yes, it's a good question. A lot of people, by title, right? You see the leader of the opposition, he sits in parliament as the leader of the opposition benches. In fact, in the constitution, the leader of the opposition is listed as part of the executive.
Yes.
Right, which consists of the president, the president, the prime minister, and so on. A lot of people, the chancellor, and so on. Why? Because the gentleman has a number of non-parliamentary functions to perform as part of the executive. For instance, he has to take part in the appointment of the chancellor and the chief justice. He has to take part in the appointment of the chairman of the elections commission, the judicial service commission. He has a number of functions he has to do. I made the point, like in your situation, Jamaica, you are now responding, reeling from the aftermath of Melissa. And I see Prime Minister Holness has made the extremely bold step to reach across the aisle. Not only reach across the aisle, reach backwards in time. I invited the most honorable PJ Patterson to be a part of that, all hands on deck approach in Sefame. Right? Mr. Patterson is from a different party from Mr. Holness, but that doesn't stop the country from coming together in time of national crisis. If we have a national crisis now, heaven forbid, with what's going on in the Caribbean, with those boats offshore there, and God knows what could happen. If something would happen, and the government wants to fashion a national position, who are they going to call to give the opposition views, to crystallize that national position? Just like how the most honorable Dr. Holness has reached across the aisle and invited the most honorable Mr. Patterson to help out. It's the same approach, and I see Mr. Patterson made some very strong statements, which I fully endorse. He said the Constitution don't recognize political parties. It's a Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition. In our case, it's the President and the leader of the opposition, regardless of which party is entitled to the post. Yes. So we should really, with respect, take the lead from you folks in Jamaica, as Mr. Holness has done with Mr. Patterson.
You mean Mr. Mark Golding? Mr. Mark Golding is the leader of the opposition in Jamaica.
No, but right. But he reached out to Mr. Patterson, who was a former from the PMP. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, and I commend that move. At the time like this of national crisis,
Yes.
That's the kind of thing it is. And we have done it in the past. A few months ago, when we had a problem with Venezuela, some boats coming in. President Ali summoned the former leader of the opposition, Mr. Norton, for consultations.
Yes.
So it's not something unusual, That's something unusual.
Yes. So as it stands now, it would appear as if some people are saying that the government want to extradite the opposition leader. That is your observation?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, want is a let me put it like this. As a common law jurisdiction, one that's supposed to uphold the rule of law and comity between nations, normally, if you get an extradition request from another country, it's not that you want to extradite the person, but if you have good relations with that country, and in our case now there's a raging debate as to whether a pre-independence extradition treaty still applied. But we have an act and we have partly pre-independence extradition treaty that applies combined together, the act and the treaty. It's not that we would want to extradite him. We should be bound to it, right? Under the basis of international relations and comity and international law. But there are normally some guarantees and some milestones that have to be covered. For instance, some countries, I can tell you up front, some countries don't extradite their nationals at all. That's why you see in the movies sometimes criminals say they want to go to a non-extradition country. But there's some countries that don't extradite nobody. There's some countries that don't extradite their nationals. And also, you have to be sure that the person is going to get a fair trial, a due process in a language that he understands. And most importantly, perhaps, that is a case to be answered. So that's the stage where we are now. Where the local courts in Guyana are trying to go through the dossier to try to determine whether there's an answerable case for Mr. Mohammed to go to the United States in Florida, whether he will be treated fairly, whether he will be treated justly, he have right to counsel and all those things. And on that basis, they will accede to the request. So I think other than that, say want might be the wrong term. We are almost duty bound to do it once those guarantees can be given. It's just a normal thing. I mean, showing your jurisdiction. It occurs some years ago, we had a situation, Mr. Warren and that extradition request failed, I believe, on the basis of some documentary requirement. So what might be wrong, though? But that's where we are now. And the lawyers will tell you, my colleagues who practice will tell you, the process could take some time. You know, in our system, unlike in Jamaica, our final court of appeal is the Caribbean Court of Justice.
Yes.
So if, for instance, Mr. Mohammed loses, or no, let me put it another way, if the request succeeds, right, and the Guyana court said, okay, we'll agree to the request, and his lawyers appeal that, we have a court of appeal system here, they also have a right to appeal to the Caribbean Court of Justice, which will take some time.
Yes.
So to come back to your question about wanted, if it's in fact that the government wants to extradite him, that is not an open and shut case. So it might not be the best of arrangements for them to hope that the extradition comes through before Parliament reconvenes so that they don't have to appoint him, because that process might take, weeks, months, whatever. So, as I said, one. Huh?
Yes. And therefore, you are of the view then that when the Parliament convenes again, and let me ask you a question. How often the Parliament meet?
Well, that is not written in stone at all. And in the last Parliament, the 12th Parliament, the sessions were not as frequent as some people would have hoped. It depends on the parliamentary agenda, what legislation they have. We know for sure they're going to have to call one very soon for the budget. Because the president has said he wants an early budget for 2026. So one has to come soon. Some other opposition members have already papers and presentations of bills and so on. But that is entirely within the power of the Speaker, based on the request that come to him. What I can say, and I hope I didn't said it publicly, but I think I implied it in so many words. I don't think it's the neatest of arrangement to have a new parliament, right? The 13th parliament, properly constituted with the members of the government bench and the members of the opposition bench without a leader of the opposition sitting. Right? The leader of the House and government business on the other side, and like the whips and so on, those are not constitutional posts. Those are internal arrangements. But the leader of the opposition is a constitutional post.
Yes.
Right? As I just explained to you. So right now, it's a bit, lopsided, uneven, unusual to say you've convened the 13th Parliament, especially in circumstances where I said this meeting would take no more than 5-10 minutes for the Speaker to get them into the room. Okay, who is the nominee? Mr. Mohammed. Oh, no, the favorite say aye. There's no other nominee. Mr. Mohammed is the leader of the opposition. Story done. 10 minutes.
Right.
But the Speaker, in his wisdom, has said he's consulting. Now, in the press to the Win party, right, Mr. Mohammed's party, I see they say something that I think if he doesn't comply, then they will approach the court. As I said to you, they have to be careful what it is they approach the court for, because I don't know if the court will order the Speaker to call a meeting. I've written a piece about a few weeks ago saying that what they might be better off doing constitutionally is to seek a declaration. That the court give a declaration as to how the Parliament should be convened for a new sitting. I think that's as far as they could go. And they will say that under normal circumstances, the Speaker should expeditiously call that meeting. Yes. But to go and tell the Speaker, Mr. Speaker, call a meeting, that's slightly different. There's a mandatory provision, there's a coercive provision, and lawyers will tell you that that kind of approach is frowned upon, especially as I said at the outset. The Speaker is the head of the Parliament. The Chancellor is the head of the Judiciary. The President is the head of the Executive. Those three branches of government, they really try not to encroach on one another's sphere of responsibility, except when it's necessary. Or in this case, if people argue that the Constitution might be, there might be a breach of the Constitution. We did it, if you remember, a couple of years ago. We did it. The CCJ had to tell the parliamentarians how to divide 65 by 2. It took them 6 months. 6 months it took this country to divide. Simple now. 65 is divided by 2. We went all the way to the CCJ. And you remember, in that case, the CCJ didn't tell the Speaker, they didn't give him any order. They just explained how the thing is calculated. You see the difference? One is mandatory, one is a declaration. Okay. So I leave that in the hands of the lawyers to see how they would proceed, yeah.
But Mr. December, the last election result has really altered politics in Guyana, because
not only Guyana, I argue throughout the Caribbean, even in your country, in Trinidad.
Yes.
Barbados is trying to say, we don't have a history of three-party politics. Our whole politics is two parties.
Yes.
Right? And the thing has brought about a seismic shift, a fundamental shift. Like even in the appointment of the leader. The former leader of the opposition, people were saying he's still a leader of the opposition. I had to explain that to them constitutionally. No. The gentleman ceases to be leader of the opposition when the parliament is dissolved. Why? Because he comes from among the non-governmental benches. He first of all is a member of the opposition benches, and then he's elected leader. And the Constitution says the members of the opposition, the members of the parliament, cease to be members upon dissolution. He has no magical powers while he's leader of the opposition. He still retains his position as a member.
But the
seat he sits in as leader of the opposition is not a special seat. It's the same seat he was sitting on in as member, from which he's elected as leader. So if the Constitution says the members of the parliament shall cease to be members upon dissolution, then the leader of the opposition should have vacated his seat long ago. Parliament was dissolved on the 3rd of January. But there was a great raging debate here as whether the outgoing leader of the opposition was still the leader. Well, that is moot now because we have a new parliament, a 13th parliament, and that gentleman, Mr. Norton, has signaled he is not going back into parliament, and he has not gone into parliament.
But no,
so
what has happened in Guyana? What has happened in Guyana is quite radical from what has happened in the other Caribbean countries, because that party that is now forming the opposition is a new party. It has displaced the traditional PNC.
Up north, that's right. And if you look at Trinidad, Mr. Buchanan, he actually was a part of the government as the Minister of Finance.
Yes.
So he played a role in they absorbed them in the government benches. Mm-hmm. The thing is, some people say it's a new party. You want to take that with a pinch of salt, because Mr. Mohammed declared his candidacy about 3 months before the election, and the party was formed about 3 months. So people say, oh, it's a 3-month-old party.
3 months old party.
I have a slightly different view, because in reality, the gentleman, he had been conducting, I think, what he called a listening tour. In fact, he had been campaigning before he declared. Right? He had been going around the country, meeting people, listening to their problems, offering them solutions. So he already had a following before he declared the party. As a matter of fact, if you look at the footage, he would tell you that when he went to a lot of these villages and areas in the countryside, people were telling him, man, you must run for president. You must run for president. They have video footage of people calling him president. Okay, some people say he paid people to do that. How are we going to know? All he's saying is that on the face of it, the gentleman had a lot of support before he threw his hat into the ring. And when he did throw his hat in the ring, you saw that support coming, gravitating towards him. So, yes, it was formed 3 months before the election, but I believe he already had an image, he already had a profile, he already had a function as somebody who what they call them, press, marginalized, disadvantaged. People are already looking up to him. So you got to take that to with a pinch of salt. All right, but you're right. I think the phrase you use is revolutionized. It has in fact revolutionized the landscape to the extent that the man is now the leader of the opposition.
So what would you say? What would you say is the reason or reasons for the PNC losing so badly?
Yeah, that's a loaded question. We probably need a whole program just for it. There are a number of things. They had internal problems with the leadership and the administration of the party. The outreach, some people argue, was not as extensive, and that is understandable because in the opposition now, as you see, the European Union just put out their election observer report, and it's very revealing as to how the government uses its incumbency to its benefit. If you're in opposition, you don't have the luxury of government resources, vehicles, all the rest of it. So their campaign was certainly not as extensive as the incumbent, and even within the 5 years, some would tell you that they were not as visible as they would have. On the other hand, as I said, Mr. Mohammed has been reaching out, and you know the politics of this country because of the racial divide. You saw two things. A lot of the traditional APNU supporters, some gravitated to the PVP, and some gravitated to Mr. Mohammed. Voluntarily, huh? Yeah. Some people just say, look, this party is no longer what it is. So they had all those things. The campaign, the outreach, the internal problems. They were not as active in Parliament as they could have been, which also is partly due to the fact that the Speaker didn't call sessions as often as he could, as I said. But overall, you talk to people, you move around the street, you talk to people. Some of the supporters felt that they were not getting the kind of leadership in terms of what an opposition is supposed to do. Yes. Opposition is supposed to oppose the and looked at faced with the options. The results were clear. If you know Guyana Linden, right? The bauxite town, which is named after Mr. Bourne. That is a traditional PNC APNU stronghold. They lost that.
Yes.
That is almost unforgivable. Mr. Norton, my former Foreign Affairs colleague, who I know fairly well, Mr. Norton is from Linden. Mm-hmm. And they lost that.
Yes.
That's a very important sign. Mm-hmm. So they have some rebellion to do, and I wish them all the best with that.
Okay. So,
right.
As it stands now, the new party, as I said, is the opposition party. And yes, and that party has considerable support. And
well, they don't speak for themselves, right? I mean, they won the majority of seats, the second largest number of seats after the government, so they're the majority. Mm-hmm. There's some views. Look, politics is right? Much less Parliament and parliamentary procedures. They will have to go through a learning curve. I presume they're taking leadership and guidance from people who know. They have some crossover people in their ranks who are already parliamentarians, who know the ropes and so on. Mm-hmm. But already you see in the press, Mr. Mohammed is doing his outreach. He's going to areas, taking initiatives, making public statements, which, as I said, in relation to the previous party, is the kind of thing that people want an opposition to do, that they claim they were not seeing with APNU. So it's early days. I don't have a crystal ball. The important thing is the people have spoken through the electorate. They're given the gentleman a mandate. He has the majority of seats in Parliament. Now, the government does not have a two-thirds majority. So some legislative measures, they might still have to reach across the divide on the opposition benches to get support. And that's where I think between the two parties, they need to organize themselves. Now, already you've seen some indications that the APNU in the opposition and Win in the opposition are not, as we say in the Caribbean, they're not singing from the same hymn sheet, which I think is unfortunate because you would start for the premise that another party in the opposition is your natural ally, not the party in government on the other side. But, as I said, politics is a strange business. We don't know what arrangements, what accommodation the parties might come to. As you yourself said, APNU and PNC have a old, long-standing relationship going back about 50 years. Win is the new kid on the block, the new party in the equation. So really and truly, I'll say again, I don't have a crystal ball. They, amongst the three of them, have to work themselves out, find their alliances. They will agree on some things. They'll disagree on other things. That's what the parliamentary process is about. Somebody puts forward a bill, you take your floor, you make your case, and you might be able to amend the bill. Not just don't listen to somebody because it's the opposition speaking, or reject everything because it's coming from the opposite side. There's need for accommodation there, right? And we see some perfect examples of that in other jurisdictions. So maybe with this new dimension of a third party, which which alters the equation, we need to see how folks get creative about that.
Yes.
All right.
But some people are saying that there is an inclination for the governing party to work with the PNC opposition.
No. Yeah, that's what I said, because some people believe that they have a long relationship going back for decades.
Right.
I can't speak to that, as I'm saying. I don't know what accommodations have been made between the parties. You heard a lot of things before the election. And, in the campaign, in the cut and thrust of politics, people criticizing different sides. At one stage, you got the impression that Win was the main opposition party and the government was targeting them. Less so. Even the APNU was targeting them already. No, the equation has changed. The results are in. We know who is in the opposition. And we see that in other jurisdictions where people have to settle down and work together. As I said, I can't speak to that. That's for the parties among themselves to organize themselves. Compromise is something that is important in this kind of arrangement. And some people in the APNU are more experienced than those in the Win. But the faster they go through the learning curve and understand what it is that faces them and the challenges ahead, the better for the country, which I believe is what most of us want. So we'll see how things go. Stay tuned.
Yes, stay tuned. Yes. Well,
stay tuned.
Mr. Bisemba, I want to thank you very much, and we will have to talk again because, as you know, these issues are important issues, and we have to keep them on the front burner. So you came to me. You came to me through a powerful intermediary, yes,
Dr. Corton. So,
yes.
As a matter of fact, I'm about to go and teach a class now. But so it's okay. But he said, was urgent. So let me leave you and I'll go about that business. But you have my number now, so we can talk. All right?
Yes. But what is your WhatsApp number?
That's the one I hope he gave you.
Yes, but
the country code. The country code is 592.
Yeah,
are we still on the air? Because the whole of Jamaica can get my number.
Yeah, when I try to call you on WhatsApp, it is saying that this number is not a WhatsApp number. That is why I asked.
I don't know.
That's why I asked.
we've been having some problems, I think, lately with some server.
Yes.
And sometimes you imagine that. You just had a massive hurricane there, and Digicel and those companies still giving you our service. And here it is, we had no disaster. I'll send the number to Dr. Corton, so that it might be easier for us to speak. All right?
Thank you very much, sir.
My pleasure, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Yes, that was senior lecturer Dr. Neville Bisemba from the University of Guyana. And we were talking about the political situation in that country where the constitutional opposition leader has not been sworn in. Yes, because he and his father are facing extradition charges from the United States. Okay, let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is holding up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky.
JPS, powering what matters.
I need you, Lord, right now. Yeah, yeah. I must tell Jesus all of my trials. I cannot bear these burdens alone. In my distress, He kindly will help me. He ever loved. I need you, Lord, right now. Yeah, yeah. I must tell Jesus all of my trials. I cannot bear these burdens alone. In my distress, He kindly will help me. He ever loves and cares for His own. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. I need you, Lord, right now. Yeah, yeah. I must tell Jesus all of my trials.
Okay, welcome back to Rebel Radio, and it's Wednesday, and it's time for food security. And you know, we are at Rebel Radio, we are talking to our Caribbean farmers. As you know, we are trying to organize Caribbean farmers so that we can work with each other. We can strengthen agriculture so that we can strengthen our food security in the Caribbean. Yes. So good afternoon to all my colleagues. I see Maureen Denton is with us, Mr. Oliphant, Mr. Ineas, Mr. Lane. Good afternoon, good evening, colleagues.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Richard.
Yes. Well, you know, my colleagues, one of the things that we in this group, we have something that we can look at. So the agricultural sector in Jamaica, significant portion of that has been devastated. So there's an opportunity for food to be imported. Right? The egg industry has been, destroyed. Now, one of the things that we should be in a position, the Caribbean farmers, we should be in a position to take up that slack. And that is why we are trying to build this organization, so that we as farmers in the Caribbean, if there are problems in any one of our neighbors, we as farmers, the Caribbean farmers, must be the first to take up the slack, right? As you know already, that myself, Maureen, Mr. Paul, and Mr. Ineas is supposed to give me a name. We are the ones who have been mandated to review CAFAN's constitution, right? Okay, so we were supposed to meet this Tuesday, but we did not. And I indicated to the other members, Mr. Rampasad, that we are planning to meet next week, Tuesday, at 4 o'clock for us to start the process. So that is where we are as far as that is concerned. So the floor is open for us to, put on the table what are our thoughts.
But listen,
yes.
My apologies about last week. This is Lane from Barbados. My apologies about last week, but I couldn't get away from a meeting. I was so tempted to walk out on it, but it was important to a commodity group that I am intimately involved in. But we've had some weather this time of the year in Barbados, which is not the norm. And the conversation keeps coming up all the time, man. I want you to put this, I'm bringing this up because I want you to put that on your agenda. I don't know it can fit into your agenda for your discussion on the Constitution for this new entity. But it's about insurance.
Hold a second. There is some disturbance in somebody's background. I don't know who's. Yes.
I'm seeing it coming up there.
Yes. Go ahead.
I'm seeing it coming up there. But on your agenda, if it is possible to have that conversation about insurance, I know it's when everything is going well. Yeah. I know that conversation is put on the back burner. But I can see the devastation on the west coast of Jamaica, and recently we've had some weather that have impacted on food crop, not to the same degree in the poultry sector, but I know your poultry sector, which was one of the most vibrant within the Caribbean, have been devastated because of the impact on houses with layers in particular and broilers. That is my specialty area in the Barbados community as president of that commodity group. But we need to look at that. If you can't go into it in any great detail in your first meeting, but I would beg that the executive of your group, of our group rather, that will meet, can probably place insurance regionally to help. Because regionally, if you can,
that is insurance for the farming sector in the Caribbean.
For the farming sector,
yes.
Both food crop as well as animals, the dairy industry. They're fairly hardy. The smaller ruminants, but poultry is very vulnerable. Our food crop is very vulnerable, especially to flooding and the significant amount of flooding that you've had.
Yes.
In Jamaica. So if you can somehow introduce that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
No, as I said, what I'm saying, I think that's a very important subject and is something that we should look into, because as we are in a hurricane zone in the Caribbean, so I think that is a very important topic for us to look at and ensure that it is part of our planning.
Indeed, appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Yes. So, as I said before, that we will be having our first meeting next week, and I said we will work and report back to the group so that they keep the group abreast of what we are doing. So we have taken the task, right? But as I made the point earlier, one of our objectives and where we want to reach, we want to reach a position where the Caribbean farmers work together. For example, that $50 million market, food market that exists in Bahamas, the Caribbean farmers should be in a position to take advantage of that. Right?
Well, Mr. Richards.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes.
Let me express, we've already put things in motion. We had a call with Mr. Jethro Green of St. Vincent. He's the president of the Eastern Caribbean Trade and Agricultural Development, and we've already organized a container of ground provisions to the Bahamas.
Beautiful.
And St. Kitts is one, and then it's Antigua. So the CWA has been, in terms of linking with other farmers or other farming groups in the region, because my objective is to make the Bahamas the largest CARICOM market in CARICOM.
Yes.
Because we have 12 million tourists and growing. And we will population.
Okay.
So that 50 million has increased. Give you an example. Before the retail prices, our food import bill is $700,000 US or Bahamian dollars.
Yes.
After the retailing, when you take the gross, it is now 1.7 million. It's 1.7 billion. You know, there's a lot of opportunity in the Bahamas. And so what we've been doing, we have been communicating with about 40 CARICOM importers about what we are prepared to buy. And so it is on the move, Mr. Richards. It's on the move.
Very, very
We're going to link up. It's going to happen.
Very good.
So, Mr. Godfrey, could you just share in the chat a list of the products that the Bahamas is looking to import?
Yes. One of my colleagues is supposed to be on, Mr. Menz. My problem is I am driving right now, and if you can WhatsApp me, I will get him to get in touch with you.
Okay.
We monitor the chat from the top of your head. From the top
I monitor the chat all the time, and I look at the updates that Mr. Richards is putting in, and the other comments. So in fact, that can be done. That can be done if you type up a list and submit to this chat, because I think most of us should be monitoring the chat at least once on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so that would be good, Mr. Lane. If you could get a list of what the products that are required and put it in the chat group.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right. I don't know, the products and who they should get in touch with in the Bahamas.
We have all that information on the fact sheet.
Okay.
I would have thought he would have. I'm driving, so I can't.
No problem. When you have an opportunity to do so that persons on the call could get in touch with farmers to say, listen, these are some of the requirements. You can grow onions or whatever it is. Talk to so-and-so to agree that they will accept on price, etc., and then can start working on how this stuff gets delivered there.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
Very good, Maureen. If I may call you that.
Of course, please.
Mr. Oliphant, good evening. So you can update us on what has happened to the farming community in Manchester? Mr. Oliphant? I see him in the group, he's not listening. Mr. Oliphant, you're not listening, you're not hearing us. Hello?
I think he's trying to come alive.
Yes, I'm not hearing him. Yes.
His mic is still muted.
Yes.
What if you permit me, by the time he come in, I see his mic is open there just now, so I'll be very brief. Mm-hmm. Is that we in the Caribbean area, need to be eating more of our foods. I'm not going to be scandalous and say things that might not be right to say within a forum like this, because I'm not sure how this is being monitored internationally. But the reality of that we need to grow wholesome, healthy foods for our Caribbean population. And even though Mr. Godfrey is extending this to a very important sector, the tourist sector, that visit us and deserve also that. I think that we have to monitor our seeds, how we grow food, how we feed our livestock, so that in fact we are eating healthy food. So these are things that we can develop as we go forward. I'm just throwing that in there to your guests in Manchester to come in.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right.
That's very important.
But we remember the biggest challenge our farmers have, and I'm sure that's going to come up when we look at this thing with respect to the Bahamas, although I'm so happy to hear that they have already organized a container, I'm not sure of what, to go to the Bahamas. But it's how efficient our production is. At what price are we going to be able to produce this stuff? So it makes sense for the Bahamas to import it from us, as opposed to import from the U.S. or wherever they're importing to. And we have had our farmers have had a major challenge being competitive. So we have to look at that, and we have to look at some of the challenges that force the price of our products so high that Mr. Godfrey might say, look, we'd love to buy it, but your price is twice the price that we're getting if we import it, and it's going to be too much of a burden on the on the tourism sector. Yeah. So that's a big issue.
Ms. Denton, I beg to interject there, because the price that goes to the farmer, I think you're talking about the price that is reflected in supermarkets and other restaurants and those locations. The price that the farmers sell is significantly below that. And if the farmers can have an opportunity to export and have a guaranteed market to export, we certainly can produce at a low cost. So I think we need to test that. But the prices reflected within the supermarket, within the region, does not reflect the cost of what the farmers within our area is benefiting from. So I
hear you, Mr. Lynn, but I don't know what the situation is in your country. But I know for a fact that many of our farmers, I'm not talking after it goes to the supermarket or to us, another third party to sell. I'm talking if you go farm gate to pick up the crop from the farm, that there is still an issue in terms of how competitive. I know when we were looking at doing a few products and comparing, for example, the price in Costa Rica, right? Our farm gate price, the price from the farmers, was almost equal to the price that Costa Rica was selling the processed good back to us. So I'm happy to hear that in your country the price is very competitive. I know in Jamaica, in a lot of instances, our prices are not competitive enough at the farm gate.
Okay.
But Jamaica within the Caribbean is known to be fairly efficient, and I am happy to say that as a non-resident. I believe I'm accepted in some way as a Jamaican from the eastern side of the island in Gordontown and Ocharis and those areas, Kingston. But the reality of it is that when we examine this, we need to be very clear that if farmers can have a guaranteed price, Costa Rica, a lot of those countries are subsidized by government in a significant way. Subsidies from the government of Jamaica is not quite the same. And if we develop a group like this, we can go to the ministries of agriculture and lobby the minister of agriculture and say, we need fertilizer, we need sprays to control either pest or weedicides. And have that on the list. The big people in your country, I know for a fact, people that bring in motor cars, they go down to Dover. All those people have a lot of privileges that farmers do not have. I don't want to come in this forum and divulge everything. The banana industry was big, extremely big in Jamaica, and had a lot of potential for exports and planting. So there is the potential there. I just want to be very positive as we go forward and make the ministries of agriculture within the region respond to us and do their work to assist us so that within the Caribbean area we can produce wholesome, healthy food to sell to our neighbors.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes. Hello, Shiraz. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm cutting grass and I'm talking to you because I had no other choice because I keep missing too much because our weather was terrible all day. Yes. Good evening to all on board.
Good evening, sir.
I jump in into a discussion that I have to put in my 2 cents. I'm great. I'm working. I'm sweating and I'm cutting grass and getting wet. Yeah. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So what happened is that...
$20. Okay. When you want the money? Okay.
You have.
I don't have no change on me now.
You have noise in the background.
You got change?
You have interference in the background there, Shiraz. You have to.
Okay, yeah. So what happening is that you talk about competitive price, right?
Yes.
Competitive price is based on quality product. Like, I don't know what happening in the other parts of the Caribbean. But take, for instance, the lamb and the goat. It's selling half the price of because it's dumped meat, it's rejected meat, stamped pet food and coming to Trinidad. You're talking pork. Yeah, and a Muslim, I could talk about pork because I representing the farmers. So they have pork, beef, lamb, and goat, right? Coming and selling at $22 a pound, finished meat, dressed meat, processed meat. Now it's costing us because meat has been retailing in Trinidad for anywhere between $35 and $45. Right? So there can be no competitiveness, but because of the situation in the country, where we just passed our budget, we're supposed to be passed at the end of October. Money was scarce. We sent home a lot of our workers, and things are tough. So they will always run to the cheaper meat, regardless of the health policies. So here, what happening? I don't know if my situation applies to all over the Caribbean. We have 90% of the farmers in this country producing food without having a certified farmer badge. So we are not entitled to no incentive. We don't get subsidy in this country, whereas North America and some of the developed countries and Europe are being heavily subsidized. So you can't compare eggs to eggs, and majority of the time is the waste of the animal, the waste of what they have. They're shipping it to us. Oh, I was in Canada some years ago, and the apples that come in Trinidad and the other parts of the Caribbean that come a little bit oblong shape, they don't ever use that in Canada, but we getting it down here and selling it cheap. So we are shooting ourselves in the foot. And as I said in the very beginning, and I'm saying it again, Mr. Lane is correct. Unless we don't strengthen this body, and I apologize for not being around sometimes because I had some real issues I was dealing with, and it all have to do with in Carsonfield being a hotspot, and people are being killed and robbed and all of that. So we were very, very busy. I just did some work with the police there in terms of trying to get the area secure. So I was very busy, but I say I cannot miss this because Mr. Richard is always sending invitation to me and calling me, and sometimes I just can't respond. But unless this group is not strengthened and developed, that we could go and lobby in a regional way and get the farmers behind us, that's the only way this thing going to change. Because I will tell you something: if that nonsense in the Atlantic and the Caribbean seas get worse, we will then know how important the farmers in this country is. You understand? Because we have some serious Peter Larceny problem.
Okay.
Serious problem. Imagine a man killing a pregnant cow and throwing out the young one on the head and going with it 7 months pregnant, 8 months pregnant, right? And selling that meat on the market. I want to support Mr. Lane. Unless this Caribbean Farmers Association or CAFAN, whichever one, and come on board quickly, and I think that we will be able to lobby within the region. I think that will be solving our problem.
Okay.
Online, you might hear a little noise about cutting grass.
Yes, gentlemen and lady, colleagues, just hold it there for me. We are going to take a break. Yes, we're on food security, talking to Caribbean farmers. Let us take a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools Hardware and Supplies is holding up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools Hardware and Supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all, there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky.
JPS, powering what matters.
Let's welcome back to Rebel Radio. Then we are talking about what is happening to our farmers. Yes. And, and I was trying to get the attention, Mr. Jones. Mr. Oliphant?
Yes, okay. Present.
Yes. I just update us on the status of the farmers in Manchester after Hurricane Melissa, rather.
Melissa. Gilbert, one of Gilbert's daughters.
Lord, before you go there, sir, my daughter named Melissa. She has a sister, and going up from Gordontown, going up towards the coffee area, Bellevue.
Yeah.
So I told her, please, Melissa, please do not go to visit your family in Jamaica just soon, because I don't think you'll be very welcome.
Yes, sir. We have been hit hard, although we did not get much of the storm this side, part of it, but the south side and the northwest side going down to the western part of the country have been hit very bad. I see banana plantations on the ground. I see pineapples on the ground. I see coconut trees ripped in two, fall apart. And ordinary, coconut trees resilience to wind.
Yes.
And when you see that some of them didn't stand up, you must know.
Yes, sir.
And one of the hurtful things is that I've seen farmers' home, no roof, damage.
Yes.
Total damage, total devastation. So I wonder now, how do a farmer rebound? Because his assets, which is his crops, are totally destroyed.
And his home.
His home is destroyed. So it is pathetic. It's not a good scene, and it's not a good feeling.
Yes.
And when I go around, people are asking, people are calling me, please carry some water.
Wow.
You load your vehicle with water, and before you even finish a stretch, it is finished.
Yes.
And people are asking for water. There are some areas in the hills, especially Westmoreland, the hills, where people are inundated. Roads are chopped in two. And, it's survival. It's very hard. I haven't had any experience of what World War I or II was like, none to. But I can imagine, after devastation of a country in war, this I would equate to a war zone. When you look on the trees, all the leaves are brown.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's just now that the trees are starting to spring up. The aquifers are bursting.
Yes.
There are 2 parts in Manchester now where the water is rising.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And another part where water has been gushing like a river downstream.
Mm-hmm.
So it tells us that the aquifer is filled, and it's devastating. But one thing I can say, that our people have hope. When I go to some areas and I see my fellow farmers getting back to plow the land, to plant, I feel good.
Yes.
I have had my plantains, bananas, avocado, strawberries have all been wiped out. But the banana you just cut and you keep on planting, replanting. But and the beauty about it is that in the midst of all of this, it's a good thing that it was not the whole island.
No, sir, that would be dreadful.
That would be dreadful. So we still have some food coming in from other parishes that were not badly hit.
Mm-hmm.
But those of us that got the hit, it is bad. It is grim.
Yes.
Mr. Can I ask about the coffee area up in the Highlands, Bellevue area?
Okay.
How did they fare?
Yes, they suffered some losses too.
The coffee farmers.
Yeah, they suffered
losses.
Yes.
I heard Mr.
Grant.
The coffee farmers, Grant.
Yes.
I heard him mention, and the picture is not good.
Yeah.
The agriculture sector has taken a beating. Like, for example, Ginger Hill, where it produces most of the pineapples in the country.
Mm-hmm.
They are devastated, actually wiped out.
Mm-hmm.
And I am glad that we have had some investors. I don't know how Jamaica producers, how did they fare off in terms of their pineapples over in St. Mary?
Yes.
And the bananas. I don't know how they fared off. Because I know they have acres and acres under production.
Yes, yes.
But water is all around. The ground is soaked. Like I said, the aquifers are coming up all around.
Yes, sir. Yes. Very terrible. Very terrible. And it is going to be a long road to recovery. It is not going to be easy at all. No. Not at all. And
I just want to mention the poultry industry.
Yes.
That takes a beating. Takes a beating. And I don't know what the price of eggs will be like none too, if we have any, for Christmas.
Yes.
But terrible beat here also.
Yes. Well, they will have to import some eggs based on what I heard the minister saying, right? Eggs and vegetables, they are going to have to import some of that. But that was what I said initially, that where we are heading, we want our farmers. So, for example, our Caribbean farmers should be the main ones who are going to take advantage of that to export food to the Jamaican market. That is where we want to go. So, for example, when there is a issue where we have to import food is that we want the Caribbean farmers to be the first call, right? And, you know, if we can provide it, then they can go to other countries. But that is our main objective. That is where we want to build our organization and to build up the farming community around the Caribbean. Yes.
Thank you on that.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
I love that, you know, and I want to say that I would like to see, in as much as West Indies cricket is on the decline, but I remember the glorious days when we were playing good cricket.
Yes.
And if we could have a farmers organization like that, to know that here it is.
Yes.
I can get from Trinidad tomatoes. I can get from Barbados dasheen. I can get from Jamaica yam.
Yes.
And we circularize it like that, so that when we eat in, we can say, look, my dinner grow in the Caribbean. What would be a beautiful picture?
That is what we want.
Caring for one another.
Yes.
Gentlemen, can I ask a question? How is the livestock, the sheep and goat sector in Jamaica?
Well,
was it affected in any serious way?
Yes, the small ruminants. I had the president of the small ruminants with me last week. I spoke with him. Devastated. He's supposed to be a member of this group, right?
Yeah.
But when I spoke to him last week, the sector was badly damaged. Yes.
Wow.
Yes, sir. So
yeah, man, it was badly damaged. And what I noticed, those who did not get so much of bad damage, when I look at see how they constructed their what would I say now, their
pens.
houses,
Yeah.
their pens.
Yeah.
Those who use nuts and bolts to hold down the roofs and use lumber, good lumber. And I say good lumber like 2x4.
Yes.
And did a good job in that. They didn't have any problem. There's a farmer who I know of a pen, and that is how he constructed it. Nuts and bolts. And what he did was to make sure he tied them down. He anchored it down. He didn't leave anything to chance.
Okay.
I know a full farmer who got tarpaulins, put on the top of the roof, and tie them down and peg them down to the earth. So no water could go in the pen, and they were able to save their chickens.
Yes.
So it tells me that in building, it cannot just be as I go and I cut corners to save funds. Right now, my greenhouses have been destroyed.
Yes.
And I am not looking again to build greenhouses from lumber. I am going to go to steel and to find a way that I can roll down the mesh. When it's like threatened by hurricane, I roll down the mesh.
Yes.
So I'll have to engineer something that I can roll down in mesh and transfer that technology to other greenhouses.
Okay.
Because the greenhouses, the tops were torn off and things like that. I think we need to equip them so that we can roll them down in case of emergency and roll them back up after.
All right. Yes, so we just...
Desmond, you have to take a break?
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, some of the points that have been raised, especially lastly by Mr. Oliphant, is so key in terms of this whole building back effort, right? And that's the concern as to how we are going to build back better. Because as he said, every single time you have major rains or winds, or you have a storm or you have a hurricane, all the greenhouses are severely damaged, right? You have to totally build them, just like with the JPS poles also. Yes. And the question is, how are we? Here's a suggestion. He has one, not going with the wood. We're going to use steel poles. Mm-hmm. And the other idea about rolling, I know is something that can be done because, when I was working on a farm in Trelawney, we used to have have it so that we could do some rolling. Mm-hmm. But no, so we could roll it and pull it off when we wanted to pull it off, or roll it and pull it back on. Yes. And as he said, that is something that we need to build into how we construct the greenhouses going forward. So when a storm is coming, we roll up or down, whichever, it needs to be down, all of that mesh, so that the mesh doesn't blow away and the wood doesn't blow away, because we're going to use steel structure. A little bit more expensive initially, but well worth it in terms of, because it's not even, you don't even need a Category 5 hurricane for the greenhouses to be destroyed. No. Right? You just need some strong wind and all of that. So I think it is so important that, that we put in place certain things. Someone else mentioned, I think it's the same as Oliphant mentioned, that with respect to those farmers who their goat pens were built much to withstand a certain amount of wind, a certain amount of rain, etc., that they fared a lot better than the persons who just had some, a lot of times we just do these sticks around to as the fencing for these farms. So it's really critical that we focus on. That's why sometimes I don't even want to use the word rebuild, because rebuild almost sounds like you're going to do it as it is. Yes. And we really need to ensure that we are building a new thing. I'm curious to see what happened in St. Mary with JP, because one of the things, although this was a lot more rain, but if anyone has an opportunity to go up and visit those pineapple farms, to look at the drainage system that JP put in, I could stand in those drains and you couldn't see me. That's the type of drainage system. So you'd have to have major flooding to just wipe out all of the crops. So it's because that's another major issue. Most of our farmers do not have good drainage in place. Mm-hmm. Right? So it's all those things. You cannot put up a farm and have a farm and you don't have a good drainage system. Yes. Right? And then, they talk about, he was saying, when you look at the farmers, I have always just marveled at how resilient our farmers are, because they get so many beatings, whether it's from drought or wind or rain or whatever it is. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they have the strength to just get up again. Yes. And the endurance to go again. And it ties into the point, I think it was Mr. Shiraz who made about the insurance, that a serious thing needs to be looked at. And we have mentioned it before, at what type of insurance can be put in place to help some of our farmers when they go through this type of situation. Certainly. And I wanted to ask Mr. Shiraz on the trade larceny, because that's a huge issue for us in Jamaica also. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if you're in Jamaica, especially with the cows, a whole tagging system has been introduced where the cows are tagged so that they can be traced, and all of that. Do you have such a similar system?
But we have that system. We have a system where was set up in 1998 but never worked. right? Where the animal from birth to slaughter or to reproduction, and they are freeze branded. They are freeze branded and supposed to be put into a central system that if the PDL or the police catch somebody who know my island, an animal move from Cedrus and up in Toko, they must be able to pick it up immediately. But that system never worked for us for the last 28 years. It never get off the ground. It never get off the ground. The software is in somebody's office in the Centennial Livestock Station, just rotting away. And that is where the seriousness about agriculture, because the moment if what had happened in Jamaica happened in Trinidad, believe you me, containers would have been landing in Trinidad immediately already. The moment the wind started to blow, them ordering, putting in orders inside. Because that is what we're doing, because we're destroying our farming industry and not dealing with the serious issues. Because PDL lastly is not only policing. PDL lastly is ensuring that your farmers have the right document for their land, so they can go to ADB and put up the necessary cameras and security system.
Right.
And then you have a police service that really not serious about anything in terms of PDL larceny and coming to having a serious impact in terms of solutions when a PDL larceny take place.
Right, because even some of the butchers who are not morally, they'll just accept some of these animals without even
stolen,
the stolen animals and all of that.
And then what happened too is in way back, we had 14 abattoirs working in our country. And now we down to only 2. 12 has been closed down.
Oh, wow.
Right? Because only one. So you have a lot of backyard slaughtering going on. You understand?
Right.
Yeah, so the authorities seems to be all right with that, because sooner or later the industry will get more and more crippled, and we import more. So
yeah.
And those importers are big financiers of the political parties, huh?
Okay.
I have no fear or favor to say what I'm saying, because I speak the truth.
Yes. Well, that as I said, these are issues. One of the things that we know since forming this group, and we have been talking, one of the things that we know is that the problems facing Caribbean farmers is right across the region. So,
absolutely.
Yes, and that is why it is so important for us to come together, because the issues are similar, right? And in Jamaica, those issues, in Barbados, similar issues, in Trinidad, similar issues, right? The fact of the matter is that right across the region, the small farmers are left out in the cold. And it is
if I may say, right? Yes. You don't need a rocket scientist to come and have solutions here,
So
you don't need a rocket scientist.
No.
It is simple.
Yeah.
Tell me, Maggie, a shot.
I agree with you. We don't need a rocket science. We have the answers to our problems. It is just for us to get together and implement
them.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, that's the challenge.
Yes.
Okay, gentlemen and lady, I would like to be excused at this point in time, because it's coming up to perform my duty, so I need to ask for an excuse.
Okay, Shiraz.
Okay, see you next Wednesday, and I will try to put things in place early if we have good weather.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Take care. Everybody, pleasant evening. I have to run. Sorry about that.
Yes.
Listen, blessings to you, my Lord, and I hope your Prime Minister keep you all safe.
Okay, thank you. Let's hope that Trump doesn't deal with us first.
All right.
Okay. And let us hope that the Caribbean will remain a zone of peace for all of us. Yes. So, my colleagues, as I said, we have our task cut out, and we are going to take up the responsibility. Myself, as I said, this group that has been mandated to review the Constitution, we are going to start our work next week. And we are going to do everything possible to speed up the process so that we can go ahead. Based on where we are now, we are just what, we think we just have about 5 more weeks left in the year. So we don't think we'll be able to complete our work before the end of the year, but we want to put ourselves in a position where we can take some action early 2026. So that is where we are right now. Any final comments?
Yeah, I just want to say that, there's a great opportunity now for us to combine technology with experience.
Absolutely.
So that we can not only produce to be productive, but also in our building to make sure that we build strong, that damages come, it will be minimal.
Okay. Yes. Mr. Enos.
Thank you all.
Mr. Enos.
Yes, sir.
I want you to send me the name of that gentleman, who is supposed to be part of the group. Yes.
Give me your number again. 876.
Just send it to. All right. I will send you a message when after the program, and you can send it to me.
Okay, good. Send me a message. Yes.
Okay. Well, colleagues, I want to thank you all for taking time out to be with us this evening for us to continue our discussion. And we have
Brother Desmond.
Yes, sir.
I didn't get a chance to wish the wonderful people of Jamaica well. Yes. This is unusual, especially my friends in the western part of Jamaica. I have friends in South Lamar and other places. Yes. But I want to wish everyone. My family is more to the east, Ocherius, and Bordentown and Bellevue, in that area, just north of Kingston. Yes. But they were spared. Mm-hmm. But the reality of it is devastating for me and for most Barbadians, especially within the farming community, but the general community on the radio waves. Barbadians are talking about the devastation in Jamaica. I believe our Prime Minister left the island a couple of days ago to go up there and have conversations with your Prime Minister and others. Yes. And we hope we can have some resolve on this. But out of everything that is bad, maybe it will create some opportunity for us within the Caribbean farming community to have stronger linkages and show that we need to depend on each other. So thank you for this opportunity to voice my opinion.
Thank you very much. Okay, colleagues, take very good care of yourself. Until next week. This is food security. Yes. And as you know, this is where we spend time looking at our agricultural sector and looking at what we must do to strengthen our agriculture. Yes, to make it more reliable and to put us in a position to protect our food security. This is Rebel Radio. Let's take a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Park Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is owning up big week this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky.
JPS, powering what matters.
Imagine a world where information is power, where news meets insight. This is Eyes on the World, your personal lens. We are watching with you. Stay informed, stay curious, get the world's stories reported to you. Eyes on the World, your perspective.
Yes. Good afternoon to all my listeners and viewers. And, it's time for Eyes on the World. And this is where we take a look and present you with some news of events taking place in the world. Yes. So look at these videos at some of what you might miss happening around us. Here we go.
Hamas has rejected the UN Security Council passing a US-drafted resolution on Gaza. The Council backed Donald Trump's Gaza ceasefire plan, which includes the creation and deployment of an international stabilisation force. The so-called Board of Peace will have sweeping authority over Gaza's governance, its security and reconstruction. Palestine's foreign minister wants the plan put in place immediately, but Hamas and other armed factions in Gaza say it fails to meet rights and demands of Palestinians. Well, many Palestinians in Gaza have also rejected the UN vote.
I believe the Security Council resolution is a way of just passing Trump's plan, which means to replace the Israeli occupying forces with an international force. It is not known when they will leave the Gaza Strip, and this in itself poses a threat to Gaza. It will not be in the interests of the Palestinians, because it would strip the resistance of its weapons, despite the fact that resistance is a legitimate right of people under occupation.
We reject this matter as they initially said the Palestinian Authority would take control of the Gaza Strip, and we were enthusiastic about it. But things will be unclear with the international forces, and we do not know what might happen tomorrow. This could help Trump tighten his grip on Gaza and work towards establishing a Rivera there, as he himself said before.
Our people are able to rule the Gaza Strip. We don't need Arab forces or foreign countries to rule us. We are the people of this country and we will bear responsibility for it. I completely reject this decision. This is our land and our country, and we don't want outsiders to rule us.
Tara Kabuazum has more from Gaza City.
This resolution is being met with remarkable frustration and suspicion here in Gaza, where people see it as a plan drafted about Gaza rather than with Gaza itself, like a continuation of the pattern where international actors continue to negotiate the future of Gaza, while those who have been living under constant bombardment have no seat at the table. People on the ground argue that the UN resolution does not address the core issue, ending the war and lifting the siege, but instead it creates another external body with sweeping authority that will heavily focus on disarmament and border control without providing concrete guarantees of protecting civilians from Israeli actions, rebuilding what has been destroyed, or at least restoring basic services. That is a sense of anger that we really felt among Palestinians in Gaza, who are still waiting for proper and comprehensive improvement of their living conditions. But what is taking place on the ground is a stark preference for security matters rather than reconstructing the already battered strip that has been under constant bombardment and 18 years of blockade without any sense of respite.
Don't miss out to get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news and expert insights. Like, share, stay ahead.
Pawan Shahi is recovering from a gunshot wound and has been in hospital for more than 2 months. He was injured when police fired on youth-led protests against corruption and a government ban on social media in September. The protests turned violent, leading to the deaths of 76 people in 2 days and the destruction of government buildings and infrastructure.
The murderers must be punished. There were young college students there. The government was shooting indiscriminately.
Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli was forced to step down, paving the way for an interim government headed by former Chief Justice Sushila Karki. The government has announced early elections in March and created a judicial commission of inquiry to investigate the deaths and violence. Gen Z activist Shankin Rai is engaged in research, drafting Gen Z mandates and attending negotiations with the interim government. She says it's crucial to establish short and long-term priorities, to investigate and address human rights abuses, and to ensure Gen Z participation in the elections.
We expect the interim government to treat those injured in the protests with dignity and to address their problems. It's an important aspect of our mandate.
As Nepal prepares for elections in March 2026, observers say numerous political, legal and constitutional challenges lie ahead. A major concern is whether the established political parties who ruled the country for decades and were dealt a severe blow by the Gen Z-led protests will come on board, leaving little or no space for opportunists and spoilers to derail the democratic process. With no defined leadership and fragmented voices, many people are concerned the movement may lose momentum.
The Gen Zers, as you can see, some have joined various forums, right? And let's face it, they don't have to come within a single umbrella. So, well, that is also a challenge. That's also an opportunity for the old parties to quickly redefine themselves and embrace the changes.
For now, Nepalis are cautiously optimistic that a movement started by youths on social media can propel the country on a constructive way forward. Ramyata Limbu, Al Jazeera, Kathmandu.
A Human Rights Watch report has found that Nepali security forces used disproportionate force during the Gen Z protests in September. Here's what it says. On September the 8th, police fired live ammunition at demonstrators in Kathmandu, killing 17 people, even though there was no immediate threat. The following day, protesters set fire to government buildings, assaulted politicians and journalists, and attacked schools. Security forces largely failed to act. Human Rights Watch verified more than 50 videos and witness accounts of targeted attacks and major police failures. Pranab Kharel is a political sociologist at the NGO Matan Shatori. He says he's not optimistic about politicians and senior government officials being held to account.
In the past, we've seen that these investigating commissions have made recommendations which have been put into the back burner for various reasons. So if we want to get things right, I think we have to go right to the top of the political command that commands the police. So we have to hold those politicians and the bureaucratic leadership which was commanding the police at that time. We have to bring them to question and also bring the police leadership to the book. Given our history and given the political equation in Kathmandu at the moment, I doubt that is going to happen anytime soon, because some junior level officers or mid-level officers may be booked, but the senior leadership and the political leadership may be let off the hook.
Don't miss out and get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news and expert insights. Like, share, stay ahead.
Thanks so much, dear Matt.
Hungary has made it crystal clear that Ukraine will not become a member of the European Union. The government is standing firm for national interests, insisting that public opinion cannot be ignored. With EU enlargement requiring unanimity, Budapest's veto effectively halts Kiev's ambitions.
The Hungarian people have made it absolutely clear that it doesn't want Ukraine to be a member of the European Union. And since issues of the European Union enlargement require unanimity among all of its member states, and Hungary and the Hungarian people are quite clear that they don't support Ukraine's membership in the European Union, Ukraine will not be an EU member.
Budapest warns that Brussels is attempting to manipulate politics in Ukraine to accelerate EU accession, a move that could escalate tensions in Europe. Hungary frames this as a direct threat to peace, emphasizing that its people refuse to fight in a foreign conflict. The government says it will stand in the way of EU efforts to push Ukraine into membership.
the EU leaders are seeking to bring to power the opposition TISA party, which is ready to support Ukraine's accelerated accession to the EU, this way pushing Europe toward war. We will not let it happen because the Hungarian people don't want to fight.
Meanwhile, the European Union insists Ukraine's membership is a strategic necessity, citing Russia's aggression and the need for stronger geopolitical influence. Brussels claims enlargement is not optional, but vital for Europe's future on the global stage. Hungary's opposition is painted as an obstacle to continental security and unity.
Russia's full-scale invasion in Ukraine and the geopolitical shifts make the case for enlargement very clear-cut. Enlargement is not a nice-to-have, it is a necessity if we want to be a stronger player on the world stage.
The EU continues to demand reforms from Ukraine, pointing to corruption and governance as key conditions for accession. Despite wartime challenges, Brussels emphasizes that Kyiv's path to the EU must remain merit-based and strict. Hungary rejects this approach, framing the EU's pressure as elitist and disconnected from the will of the people.
Chances to enlarge the Union do not come often. These opportunity windows do not open very often, but this window is open now and we have to use it. At the same time, we won't cut corners and we don't offer any shortcuts. Joining the European Union remains a fair, tough and merit-based process.
Hungary's position is backed by public opinion, with a referendum showing 95% of Hungarians oppose Ukraine's accelerated EU membership. Budapest insists that the people's voice is paramount, warning that rushing accession could destabilize the region. The government frames its veto as a defensive measure against both war and economic risk.
We will not let it happen because the Hungarian people doesn't want to fight.
As Brussels presses ahead with Ukraine despite strong opposition, Europe's divisions grow wider, exposing a union out of touch with reality. Hungary's veto shows that sovereignty and peace come before EU ambition, while Kyiv's courage under fire demonstrates that reform and resilience cannot be ignored. In the end, the balance of power is shifting, and Brussels may find that forcing unity risks undermining the very security it claims to defend.
The Muslim world is celebrating, and Israel is losing the sleep here because Washington has just made a move, and that too at the United Nations, that is shaking up the entire Middle East. Hello and welcome to Times XP, and let me paint a picture of a scene in full dramatic and scroll-stopping style. While across the Muslim world there is celebration, optimism and hope. Inside Israel there is panic, emergency meetings and sleepless night. Why? Because the United States has just pushed forward a UN resolution that actually promises a real pathway to a Palestinian statehood. Yes, the word state. out loud on paper in the US, and Israel, they hate it. Their Prime Minister, Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu's government tried everything, be it phone calls, be it back-channel pressure, diplomatic arm twist, all to convince Washington to soften their language, to tone it down, to remove any direct promise of Palestinian statehood. But the Trump administration said no. Flat, cold, unmoved. And here's the twist. This resolution is built on Donald Trump's own 20-point framework. Yes, Donald Trump, and even he reportedly refused Netanyahu's demand to remove the references to Palestinian statehood. Now, can you imagine the scene here? Netanyahu pushing, Trump struggling, and Washington moving forward anyway. But why is US doing this? Let's get to the answer here. They are doing this because this isn't just a resolution, it's a strategy. Basically, a regional power shift. Washington wants to keep Arab and Muslim nations very close to it. It wants to prevent diplomatic drift towards China and Russia. And it needs this moment, this promise, to keep Gulf allies engaged. This is America saying, we hear you, we are with you. Here's something real. In the meantime, by the way, in Israel, alarm bells, political storms, coalition panic over there. For Israel, the phrase Palestinian statehood, these two words, they are actually a red line, a boundary that they do not want to cross. Not at the UN, not in Washington, not anywhere. But this time the US, it didn't just cross the line, it highlighted it, basically underlined it and presented it to the rest of the world. Here, analysts are warning that this could become one of the biggest tests for the US-Israel relationship in years now. This could shape the entire regional diplomacy here, shift the alliances, rewrite conversations happening in every single capital, from Riyadh to Cairo to Ankara. Now, Arab and Muslim worlds, they are watching with cautious excitement. Israel pacing nervous hallways, the US playing a high-stake dramatic game here, and the UN is becoming the stage for the Middle East's next political earthquake.
No, man, you don't have to play that. You play that, you should play that. You don't play that at the end of the program.
Imagine a world where information is power, where news meets insight.
Yes. So there you saw what was happening there, as I indicated to you, that these are some of what is happening in the world. Yes, we show you some of what was happening there. And as you saw, as Bob Marley said in one of his songs, so much trouble in the world. Yes, there is so much trouble. Yes. And I have with me my guest this evening is Mr. Gerald Pereira. Yes. And Gerald, just introduce yourself to my audience.
Yes, good evening, brother. I'm Gerald Pereira from Guyana. I'm the chairperson for the Organization for the Victory of the People, a political formation. I'm a political, of course, activist and liberation theologian, as well as an educator.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I've been active. I'm heading on my 70s now, and I've been active since I was 15.
Okay.
I've always been, my politics has always been socialist, democratic socialist orientation, and I'm a staunch anti-imperialist. Yeah.
Right. Well, one of the things, as one of the things that is happening is there is a how should I describe it now? Well, let me put it. There is the status of the opposition leader in Guyana is something that is being talked about, because the opposition leader won most of, his party displaced the long-standing PNC party. Yeah. But he and his father are wanted in the United States. They have asked for their extradition. And this is something now that is causing some controversy, should I put it this way, is what is happening with that in Guyana?
Well, the WIN party, WIN, the acronym, it means we invest in nationhood. The detractors and those who are opposed to them refer to them as we invest in nothing. That's what they call them. Anyhow, this WIN party, of course, what they were able to do is absolutely, it's a phenomenon, right? Because here was a party only a couple of months before they run up to the election, and it was launched. And it came, it campaigned heavily. They use, the Mohammed family is one of the wealthy families in Guyana.
Yes.
And they use their money to campaign. It's the amount of money they spent is just amazing. Okay. And they were able to obtain 16 seats. But the reason for that is this. See, the opposition, the main opposition at that time, the main opposition party, the People's National Congress Reform, that party is the major player under the umbrella called a Partnership for National Unity. They're the major political formation. And a number of things happened. One, there was a case involving a young girl by the name of Adriana Young, who they alleged that she was killed and then dumped in a pool. There are others who are arguing that she was not killed. She drowned in the pool, and they had this thing going on and on and on. And the opposition weaponized this girl's drowning or murder, whatever it is. They weaponize it use it against their ruling party, the People's Progressive Party, Civic. So the Mohammeds, they helped the family. I think they paid for the funeral. They bought tickets for relatives to travel to the States. The PNCR, APNU, a Partnership for National Unity, and the Alliance was part of the APNU FC government from 2015 to 2020. They all got involved in this issue, right? And the PNC and the AFC saw Mohammed as someone who they believe, because he had a big falling out. The Mohammeds were strong supporters of the PPP. The father was a PPP councillor, and after this whole issue was there was exposed about smuggling gold and all of that, and he resigned as a PPP councillor. But they were chummies with the People's Progressive Party. But anyhow, after the falling out, the APNU, especially the People's National Congress Reform, the main party, and the Alliance for Change, they got together with the Mohammeds. So they thought that, well, look, maybe Mohammed being an Indian, it is good to allow him to go after the PPP. So they saw Mohammed, their position was let Mohammed go after the PPP, to weaken the PPP. So Azruddin Mohammed concentrated his fire on the PPP. But while all of this was going on, he was quietly making inroads into the villages, into the constituencies that traditionally supported their People's National Congress Reform and APNU. So the supporters, right? I'm not talking about the supporters who have been with the APNU for years and understand certain things. What Fanon would refer to as the lumpen or the declassed elements of the society, they did not see, for them the lines were blurred. They did not see the difference between Azruddin Mohammed and the PNCR and the AFC, because they were all chummies, they were all together, they were all speaking on the same platform, talking out and everything. So when the time came, for voting, good, those who traditionally voted for the APNU or the PNC reform voted for Win.
Okay.
They did not, the Mohammeds them did not, the PPP base remained intact and the PPP made inroads, right? They got more seats this time.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is, you know, Mohammed was this type of philanthropist going around making big donations, the type of, you've seen in other countries, you see it in some countries in South America, these, people, wealthy businessmen whose wealth is questionable, they go out and they make big donations and they build a house here and so for, someone who is economically and financially deprived. And, that won them a certain amount of support. And the PNC, they went into the PNC areas and campaigned and people voted for them. So today now you have, they're with 16 seats. Okay. 16 and the PNC had 20-something seats and now they're 12 and they're not even the opposition. Yes. So Azruddin Mohammed from the Win Party will be the he will be the opposition leader. Mm-hmm. Good. But I don't know anything about swearing in of the opposition leader. I think what happens is the leaders, the members of that party, of course, they pick the leader, and we know who the leader is, and he automatically becomes the leader of the opposition. Then they will have, of course, the swearing in, like all members of their who are going into parliament must swear in. So I don't get into. There's all of these. What is taking place is, there's a lot of behind the door scenes, and there's a lot going on that the people are not hearing about.
Yes.
And the media, our mainstream, the media, the type of questions they should pose to the politicians, they don't. Mm-hmm. They do not. And the whole thing here in this country, my brother, is this. The issue is, I've listened to lawyers and politicians trying to, explain, get into all the legal ramifications about this and that and what is not constitutional and all that was illegal about extradition and all of that. But as I pointed out, the issue here is about sovereignty, about our sovereignty. I believe that if a Guyanese, a citizen of Guyana, if he commits a crime or violates a law in the United States,
yes,
and then flee that jurisdiction, and he turns up in Guyana, and the U.S. is seeking the extradition, then that person should be handed over, because they committed a crime in the United States.
Yes.
And I also believe that if a U.S. citizen commits a crime in Guyana, we should be able to get that person extradited. Now, if we look at the history of extraditions across the world, The United States is not a signatory, for example, to the International Criminal Court. The U.S. refused to sign on to it. But the U.S. likes to drag people before that court. Now, there was a case of where a U.S. Marine, I think it was a Marine or soldier, killed a Pakistani citizen and fled. And, you know, he was not, they were not able to touch him. That man fled. He committed a crime in Pakistan, and nothing was done. So a U.S. soldiers can shoot Pakistani citizens or shoot citizens of Bangladesh or any country. They said if they're in Guyana or Barbados, and a U.S. Marine could shoot, you attack them, they can shoot 5-6 persons, and you will not be dragged before the court. The Americans will tell you, well, we'll have to try him, that soldier, in the United States. But very often we don't hear what happened.
Yes.
The outcome of that, and that is what happened in Pakistan. Mm-hmm. So it is one law under this so-called international law that we have in all these treaties. These laws were drafted, written, and came into being by the West European countries.
Yes.
And we see how the West, including the United States, operate. They bend international law to suit themselves. And when you try to use the law against them, they find ways to either to ignore it or wrong it or some way. So getting back to what I'm saying is on the issue of extradition,
yes,
it's a one-way street here. It's a one-way street. And I am not sure what the U.S. is up to. I listened to the U.S. ambassador. She said one thing, and then she said something else, because the U.S. foreign policy, the way the U.S. operates, is very complex. The Americans are not consistent. Mm-hmm. The Americans do what suits them. And, you know, they ignore, they don't have our interests at heart. We're the least, they don't have respect for our sovereignty or anything. So the case of Azruddin Muhammad and his father is going to be interested, very interesting, because the lawyers keep their arguing around everything is legal and legal and legal. But then the political dimension is not addressed. Mm-hmm. Because, as I pointed out, the elephant, and elephants are tortured, the elephant in the room is U.S. interference in our national affairs. The United States interferes in the affairs of sovereign nation states in this region.
Yes.
And the U.S. believe they have a right to. Because anyone, if I've mentioned on numerous occasions, is that if you look at the Monroe Doctrine carefully, you will see that the U.S. has never taken our independence and sovereignty seriously. Whether it's Haiti, Guyana, Brazil, they removed the progressive regime in Brazil years ago. Mm-hmm. They removed in Guatemala the Arbenz government. So the U.S. interferes in what they refer to as their backyard. But of course, there are those leaders and governments that will stand up to them. And then there are those who will go before them.
Yes.
And we have those. We have a lot of those. We have them in the region. Mm-hmm. We have them, as you can see. We have that in Guyana. We have that in Trinidad. We have it in Jamaica.
Yes. Well,
and to a certain extent, in the Bahamas.
Yeah. Let us shift our focus to Palestine. Because as you are aware that the news out of Palestine is that the bombings continue. And Palestinians are denied food, shelter, and therefore the peace plan has been breached by the Israelis, and we don't hear anything about that.
Well, I think it was only a few days ago, more than 200 and something Palestinians, more than 200 something Palestinians have been killed.
Yes.
And this is what we said. Where is this? Where is the ceasefire? Where is the peace plan? It's fraudulent. I think it was 3 days ago that an aircraft, a plane carrying Palestinian citizens, Palestinians, turned up in South Africa.
Yes.
With no identity, no papers, nothing. And President Ramaphosa said they're looking into it. What really took place. But in the meantime, of course, they're going to, because in solidarity with the Palestinians, they'll be allowed to remain. But South Africa is looking at what took place.
Right.
You just dump people on a plane, and I mean, who opened the airspace to allow an aircraft carrying people with no papers or anything, no passports, so just dump them in? And this is something between the United States and Israel, and certain Arab regimes, traitors that are collaborating with the enablers, with the genocide, the apartheid genocide, the state of Israel, as well as the United States. So European countries and others, and even some African countries, would have participated in, allowing the airspace to be used to transport these people. So what is really happening? What we are seeing here is what is international law? What is international law? There is no international law. There is no international law. What we call international law was the entire architecture was constructed by the West Europeans, by the Europeans.
Yes.
And the law, international law, is used against states that refuse to prostrate themselves before the empire. And white supremacy, the nations that we consider those who built their countries and their economies on genocide against indigenous people and the trading captured Africans. Okay. These people have no respect for international law. The law is only and our leaders, for example, look at the United Nations. Trump was able, because the UN headquarters, the UN is based in New York, Trump revoked the visa of the president of a sovereign and independent state, President Petro, who went to the UN General Assembly to address it.
Yes.
Trump revoked it. So what are we going to do? Yes. Tomorrow it can happen to Abraham Traore, anybody. Of course it happened to him. Okay. What need to heed the words many, many years ago of Muammar Gaddafi, Robert Mugabe, and all of them to move the UN out of New York.
Yes.
Move it out.
Well, Brother Gerald, I tell you what.
It is Vance.
Yes.
When they told Vance something about the United Nations, he said, I don't care about the UN. Tell me the UN, I don't care about the UN. Okay. That is how these people talk.
Right. Well, we have to continue this discussion, Brother Gerald, because as you know, these issues are very important, but we have exhausted our time for today. I want to thank you very much for your time this evening, and let us say to be continued. Okay?
Stay strong. All the best. Yes.
Okay. That was Gerald Pereira there, and that's the end of Eyes on the World this evening. Yes. Coming up next, it is the world of sports and entertainment. Yes. Midweek report. So that's it for me.
Imagine a world where information is power, where news meets insight. This is Eyes on the World. your personal lens. We are watching with you. Stay informed, stay curious, get the world's stories reported to you. Eyes on the world, your perspective.
Greetings and salutation. Welcome to the world of sports and entertainment. Midweek bulletin. Yes. Fresh in the sporting world is Jamaica's mischance, the qualification to the 2026 World Cup, which will be held in Mexico, Canada, and the United States next year. And Curacao, the smallest nation, first time ever to make it to the World Cup. Now, people are doing their own post-mortem, but I have seen the signs and I've spoken about it right here on my program on World of Sports and Entertainment, that it's not that Jamaica don't have the team, they do, but what has been beating Jamaica is poor team selection. It is the same formation that we have used in Trinidad. We came back and started here in Jamaica at the National Stadium, knowing that it's a win we're supposed to be looking for both and in both matches in Trinidad and last night, and both of them ended in a draw. So it's something, I don't know what was the strategy of the coach, but clearly to me he had no intention of winning any of those two matches. I don't know why, but that's my opinion, and nobody can fight me down for my opinion. Because if you have the personnel, okay, you have the personnel now, right? And hi, Coney from Philippines, respect. Yes, if you have the personnel and you have the team who can move the ball around and be competitive, and you don't select that team, that is to show you your intent in both matches, because we are supposed to be Trinidad and we were supposed to be on the attack in this match from whistle blow, and the change of the formation and the selection of the team should be different, but no, he stuck to that same thing, and the result, it was the same draw. One was 1-1 and the other was, and for that late penalty it was very close. The defender, he was an hindrance to Dujan Whisper Richards. He went for the ball and he was an hindrance in the forwards play. And we are saying that, you know, VAR made a very crucial decision by not awarding Jamaica that penalty right there in stoppage time. And I'm saying that it was very harsh. Yes, it was very harsh. I can tell you that. Okay, so one of the things that we are looking at right now is the playoff, which will be in March next year. Yes, March next year, right? So we're looking at what are the possibilities for Jamaica team, you know? For Jamaica team. When you look at the 6 teams, which is Republic of Democratic Congo, who is ranked 66, Iraq 60, Jamaica 70, Suriname, Bolivia 76, Suriname 121, and Cali, Macedonia, or what in one name, 148, and these 6 teams are going to divide in 2, and the seeded teams are going to be, of course, Republic of the Congo and Iraq. But for sure, Jamaica won't be playing Suriname, so it's going to be either one of the seeded team, Jamaica, or Cali, or Bolivia. So we don't know what are the chances, and the winner of the first match is going to play the seeded team to decide who get that spot in that group of 3. Jamaica have to play 2 matches. Meanwhile, the seeded team only plays 1 in that 6 team. Qualifier that will be held in Monterrey, Mexico. I don't know if it's high altitude, but I think it's somewhat pretty much okay for the players. Yes, Monterrey in Mexico, right? So we're looking forward to that. Now the next thing that we are looking at now, when you look at the coaching with the JFF and the coaching structure, without speed and the backroom staff, there are going to be changes. But who is Jamaica going to put right there? Who is Jamaica going to put there to say, well, all right, this is who we have. McLaren has resigned, which everyone was not looking forward to working with him going into the qualifiers. All right, going into the qualifiers, and yes, we don't know what they are going to do. We don't know what they are going to do. So we just hope that we can find somebody with the level-headedness, okay, right? And look into this team the best way possible in Jamaica's interest, where the players are concerned. And I think instead of going for an overseas coach, we have the local expertise out here, and that is what them need to look at in the near future. We have to get this done very soon. I don't know what's the timeline of the JFF. You have Miguel Coley. We have, of course, Mr. Butler there. But, you know, Butler is a man who knows to sing, but people are going to say that he are going to have his interest because he's a Phoenix boss. Rudolph Speed is there, but we don't know. But someone locally we are looking at to say, well, all right, take us to the next phase, and to select the right team for that playoff in March, when we get that window, that international window in March next year, to see how best we can, out of these 2 games, that Jamaica can really have a chance to make it to the World Cup in next year in the USA, Mexico, and Canada. It's very disappointing because when you look at the turnout at the stadium last night, it was wonderful, and when you look at it now, to see that we couldn't score a goal, and for that penalty, well, it was close. It could have gone either way, but they chose not to give that penalty, none at all. So, yeah, we are a bit disappointed, but we're still having hope, yes, and we're looking forward to getting things done when that time comes next year in March. But at the same time, you have to get the team in training, and you have to select the right team. We do not need we need someone to take up the helm locally to get the team ready. And I know that the pay is going to be an issue of how much you're going to pay. That's the next thing the JFF is going to look at, because they were paying McLaren about $50,000 per month. I don't know what they will be doing when seeing that the chances are slim, but we are just hoping that something good comes out of this when we're going to play this qualifier. Gone left way is Haiti, yes, and Curacao as Caribbean team, and of course Panama from the Central America, that are Costa Rica, and those didn't make it. So we still have a chance Caribbean team there. So we'll be discussing this some more further. Yeah, discussing this some more on Friday. What would be the solution going forward? A lot of people say that we are not going to make it, but still, I say this, we have the team wherein we can select the best team to represent us, but it wasn't done, so I think that is the only option or thing we have left to really put a formidable team going into this playoff tournament starting in March next year in Mexico. So we're going to look into this some more and discuss it on Friday. We'll be discussing even there was racing that came on a spark, and one is looking forward to the Mute Mile also coming up in December. Okay, this and a lot more, and of course music, some new music to give to you. We'll be looking at on Friday at 4 p.m. Jamaica time in the world of sports and entertainment. So let me just reach out to all of my friends, Karen Lulale, Toughest, okay, Seltzer, music production, big up yourself all the time, and friends in Ghana, Nigeria, and of course my close one, my love there, Coney from the Philippines. Alex, big up yourself, and of course First Vita Plus. So yeah, looking forward to doing things, and we will see you again on Friday and a lot more in this. So I'm gonna just take it out, and this is the end of the program. Stay good, be observant, and be safe. This is Kingsley JJ McCullough, out until Friday.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, hardware and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores,
we're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky.
JPS, powering what matters.
Sometimes when how